And welcome to the reconvened information sessions we have today. So, look, the Mayor's opening a conference at the moment. He'll be along shortly, so he reckons. So he'll be just a little bit late. And we've got an apology for Councillor Fields for partial absence. So I will now hand over to the staff who will take us on another journey. Fire away.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Councillors, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So look, this is a follow-on from the other workshops that we've had, and today we're presenting back on the guidance, putting to you the guidance we think we believe we've received at the previous workshops, and then also the topics and so on that we'll continue to share information, Q&A on, and so on. So this is probably, so this workshop here is the culmination of the ones last week, and we have one on Thursday morning, but it's only for a couple of hours to wrap it up. So that's where we are in the process, and we'll tell you more about where we go to at the end of this in terms of how we then move forward from these workshops on to down towards adoption at the end of June.
Right.
So here we are on today's workshop. So we'll have a summary of the guidance to date. I'll do that shortly. Russell and Bruce will give the update, and then you can see there the list, and I don't need to read it, of the items that we've had requests for further information, and we're coming back with that. So we'll go through those one by one. Then after lunch, and that time is a little bit fluid, but after lunch it's the GPS transport material, and then we're on to the water presentation. Are there any questions on that at this point before I move to guidance?
Anyone got any questions? How long do you think the afternoon session will be?
Technical, but it'll give you a good understanding of where we're at.
We anticipate being completed by 3:30.
Excellent.
Yes,
Alrighty.
to answer the question.
Thank you.
So here's the summary of guidance to date. Now, if your eyes are like mine, it starts to look quite small or a long way away, but rather than read each item verbatim, it is following what we thought we heard in terms of the guidance to date. Would you like me to go through and précis them? Yes, all right. So, accelerating climate adaptation, bring forward the OPEX of 1.8 for year 2 of the LTP. The Climate Resilience Fund, establish the fund in year 2, and that's a rate increase of 0.25%, increasing by 0.25% each year of the LTP. So that at the end of it, we have a rate of 2.25%, and the estimated funding is $127 million at the end. Anglican Cathedral, staff engaged with the cathedral rebuild and report back to you. Air Force Museum, consult on an option to fund up to $5 million CapEx in year 4 of the LTP, and we do that consultation during the 25-26 annual plan.
Yeah.
Yaldhurst Memorial Hall, no additional funding, and gifting it to the Residents Association as proposed in the consultation document. Shirley Community Centre, look, that's really just a moving forward of what was proposed. So the 75,000 is in year 1 of the LTP. The CapEx starts in year 2, and then the 40,000 of OPEX from financial year 27-28, which is year 4. Sports Network Plan, continue the 85.6 million CapEx set aside across the life of the plan. Temporary South Library, no funding, reprioritise the South Library OPEX to increase services at the Spraydon Library. Akarawa Wastewater, the 93.5 set aside over the LTP continues. Disposal of the council properties, $3 million capex per annum is expected to be gained from the disposals, noting that of course there may be some variation around timing and so on. I can go to the next ones and carry on, or are there questions that we take?
Had Yanni first, then Vic, then Tim.
Sorry, I was seeing the process a little bit better because a number of us have flagged amendments, or we'll have further questions around some of the ones that you're saying that we've given guidance on. So I'm just trying to understand the kind of.
It on the day if you want to input it to the vote. That was our understanding from the agreement at the workshop.
That's why we discussed it the other day. Have you got an allergic reaction to some of them, Yanni?
Specific amendments around the sports network plan, which I flagged, I've sent through to your office and your staff, and to the. So I just want to be clear about what the process is. So because I'd hate to think that there's complete agreement on some of these things that we haven't even really had a chance to.
No, we were very aware that this isn't. There hasn't been a decision on this. This was the mayor getting a feel to make his mayor's recommendations, and then you will be able to put through amendments on the day, as I think Peter advised you just last week.
And we also vote on the mayor's recommendations on the day, so nothing's a given. This is just.
Yes, it's the same as our previous years, Councillor Johansson.
Okay, Victoria, please.
Thank you. You've answered my process question, so that was good. Accelerating climate adaptation. Did I hear you say that's all OPEX? So that's what is that? Is that staff doing planning? I'm just trying to understand what the 1.8 million is for. Does it mean we're bringing on more staff? I don't understand what it's actually doing.
So it's not the Climate Resilience Fund. Accelerating adaptation is different, and that was we talked about that earlier in the week, and I was going to come back with a paper or report to show how we would spend that money. So it hasn't been decided how it's going to be used, that money, but it's going to be used for climate adaptation work.
But that's carrying on that community engagement work too, isn't it?
So
it's not actually any capital works, it's not any infrastructure works, it is
Correct.
purely planning.
Yeah.
And then the funding for any of the works that arises out of that planning is coming out of the Climate Resilience Fund? Is that the capital works?
It could come out of that fund, yes. It's to support that program of work, but it could also support other things. Both the climate adaptation planning work program and the Climate Resilience Fund, both of those those programs need to be defined yet. So in the presentation earlier in the week, I said that we would come back with a paper to council.
That's the bit that I was missing. So it'll come back, we'll get some eyes over that, thank you.
Correct, yeah.
And then in relation to the Anglican Cathedral, Mr Mayor, I'm conscious that there's no provision in our current plan for that. What's the process that comes back to us? I'm conscious of the August date looming and the next set of funds we're due to be going through. So what's the process, please?
Who knows a bit more?
I can probably, through
That's who I was looking for.
can probably elaborate. So there's two things here. Was that the Anglican Rebuild, they made a submission and asked us to engage. So this is dealing with the submission part of that they've asked us to engage on a process about how they can work forward, and we'll do that and report back on it. The 7 million, that's already been rated for, and that will come back in August. And the issue there is whether or not it is available for capital funding, and so we'll be putting up a paper for you to, when we get back from the Anglican Rebuild, what they are proposing to do with that money, and we'll then make a recommendation. So the two are connected, but they're slightly separate in terms of the long-term plan.
It's just to understand that there's a pathway to come back for us. Thank you very much.
Yep. Tim?
Yeah, just with the first two, I guess my concern is, and it's like a next step, we can't have 3 and 20 kings and queens. We need a really focused look at going forward, because irrelevant of where you think of what's causing climate change, or if it's just a natural thing, things are changing, and we've got a whole lot of pockets of things. I think we need to stop and refocus on where we're going. We've got the Port Hills, we've had actually 5 fires there, not 2. So, there's a whole lot of things happening. We've talked about huge things about coastal adaptation, but the two biggest areas and financially are the Sumner area and the whole east coast of New Brighton, North Beach, etc. So there's a whole lot of issues that we've got to really shape our head about, because if we're looking at just Christchurch, there's a whole lot of other coastal areas around New Zealand that are affected as well. So I think we've got to change and look at what we're doing. I think we've got people complaining about less rubbish tins. How are you going to save the earth if people can't be asked walking 100 metres with a bit of rubbish? So I think we've got to change our attitude and around this. So just want to flag that.
So that was why in the previous discussions you decided to put it out to year 2, which would give you time to actually identify terms of reference, processes, targets.
I just wanted to flag to my colleagues, we've got a lot of discussion to do, so rather than one community, we've got to look at it holistically, which would be new. The other thing, temporary library, only mentioned Spraydon Library. That I think that we also talked about something at some of the
that's right.
Barrington Mall,
we will
something like those.
We will fix that up for the final recommendation. Cool. There's outreach work and there's things around.
Thank you. And unlike my colleague across the way there, I'm more than happy with the sports network plan, and the sooner it gets going, as the community said, the better.
Thank you very much. Right, ho, carry on. Oh, sorry, Aaron, I didn't see your hand there. Yeah.
That's all right. So just on a couple of them, one is the Shirley Community Centre, and we're still waiting on answers from 2, 3 and 1 years ago from deputations we've had over potentially looking at selling the Shirley Library, moving it to the Shirley Community Centre site and using the funds from that library to fund the new library there and a more fit-for-purpose facility. But we still haven't had an answer on it. It's been a continuous deputation.
Can I just jump in and say that this is the community board project, and they've got all options open at the moment. So there is staff advice that is not the path to go down, but it will be part of discussions.
Oh, okay, because council's asked for that advice, but we don't get it. So if it's going to the board, and it's millions and millions of dollars, and there's already a community facility in Aitchison Ave at the moment anyway.
It's a community board project.
John, were you going to say something?
As the Deputy Mayor said, there's a full report going to the Community Board. I think it's the 12th of June that covers that.
Okay, so there's an issue. When stuff's driven by community boards, but the rest of the council's not in on it, and then we make a decision spending the city's money, millions and millions of it, it seems like a disconnect between the two. Otherwise, don't bring it. It's not an LT. If it's a community board issue, it's not. It doesn't come to the LTP. Boards just sign the stuff off and it gets done. But it's one or the other, and it seems a bit of a misalignment.
This is just a repositioning of the budget. It's already in there in the LTP. It's just moving a little bit of it forward in year 1.
So it is the best project, the best outcome for the community is that community centre not moving the library. That's what you're saying.
It hasn't been officially decided yet. It's a process.
You're right, Aaron. We did talk a couple of years ago about
3, 2 and 1.
Selling that and using that money to build a more purpose-built one, maybe where the Shirley Community Centre goes. So we have asked that, but I don't know where that's got to.
So the budget was put in is in the LTP, and as the Deputy Mayor said, those decisions were made, and that it was going to be a board project. This is just moving that budget forward.
Right.
So we can progress the investigative work and stuff like that.
Okay, and while we're... Yeah, that's right. Cool.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we let the team crack on? Thank you. Far away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, look, rating for renewals, the guidance was defer the financial year 24, 25, 25, 26, year 1 and 2 of the increases, and then meeting 100% of rating for renewals by 2032. But we do note that there was a request for an alternative option that may be raised as an amendment, and that is to effectively go to a halfway house. So we just note that there for completeness. The city vacant land differential, extend the vacant land differential rate to the areas zoned commercial core in Linwood, New Brighton and Sydenham, and to areas zoned commercial, Banks Peninsula and Littleton. We just there also record that once you've consulted on a rating area problematic without reconsulting, to go and change that area, because that's what you consulted on, and the Rating Act and the Local Government Act have quite prescriptive controls around that. Rating for visitor accommodation and residential as a business, and so residential units used for unhosted short-term accommodation for more than 60 nights per year to be charged the business differential rate. And then rating remissions for charities, proceed with the option to simplify the wording in policies 1 and 2. And so that was pretty sure that was, yeah, that's correct. That was the guidance we believe we'd received to date. Your Worship, happy to take questions on that before we move to the financial update.
Everyone's happy, quickly. Carry on.
Right, I'll hand over to learned friend here from the Treasury. Give an update.
Thanks very much, Bede, and good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. So, oops, we've gone.
You're back.
We're back.
Yeah.
So just a quick recap of where we ended the previous day, really, last time we met. So just noting these were directions given at the 22nd of May workshop. So these numbers have been captured and put in the rates position, which is as we presented last week. So effectively saying, if we look at that in the top part of the section, you can, I guess, see the journey through from when the draft went out, updates from known changes, and then updates from that 22nd of May direction. So the position that we're currently sitting before we make any further changes is for year 1, 11.78. This is the overall rates, so 11.78 year 1, 8.9 in 2, 4.8 in 3. So splitting that out from a base into kaha. So for year 1, the base is 9.61, 7.2 in year 2, and 4.4 in 3 with te kahas on top of that. Happy to take any questions at this point, Mr Mayor, before we move on. Excellent.
Right. Thank you, Russell. Short and sweet. Right. So now we move to the various items noted previously that we have said we'd come back with further information so that the Q&A and discussion and information flow can continue. So we've aimed on all of them to adopt this format and with Orana Park, so no specific line funding. Orana Park can, of course, and has traditionally applied from the Strengthening Communities Fund and received in the order of $240,000 from that. Feedback, over 1,000 submissions, almost all of them in support of further funding for Orana Park, and you have there the recommendations from the Mayor or Deputy Mayor, 310,000 in the first year, so that's 260 OPEX maintenance and 50k for an external party to review the business model, and then essentially 260 from FY26, but that is subject to what comes out of the business plan that would be taken in the year. Staff advice, a little bit different. So 240 for operations, no rate impact because it continues to come from the Sustainable Communities Fund, and then 260k for maintenance, which also includes 50,000 for a business plan. That is from the Capital Endowment Fund. So on that one, no rates impact this year, or sorry, in the first year, and then essentially the same going forward in the second year. So 500k in total to them, and again subject to the implementation of the agreed business model that might come from the review.
Okay.
So we'll take questions on that and answer.
That one to knock them off one at a time. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Bede.
Yeah.
I just have a question: how the business review can fall under the Capital Endowment Fund?
So through you, I would need to go and check specifically the Capital Endowment Fund and its terms, but it does provide for expenditure from that to for a range of either community or commercial or events-based purposes. We'd need to check that, but if you're looking at a sustainable model, it may be that it falls within it. I can't quite recall the terms of that
So
Capital
John
Endowment Fund.
may be able to give more detail, Bede.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, Councillor Harrison-Hunt, the 50,000 comes within the scope. We've used that before. The Capital Endowment Fund has quite a wide scope and provides for community outcomes and business and economic outcomes. So we've provided similar grants in the past. The eligibility for the fund is posted on the website, so it's reasonably clearly understood. But we can get back to you with the details if you like.
I can search it
But
up.
it's all kosher. Yeah,
That's fine. The next quick question is surrounding the Capital Endowment Fund itself. Will we be getting a full list of what's going to be taken out of it before the long-term plan deliberations?
absolutely. We're keeping a running list, and once these workshops have concluded, we'll update it and we'll go through the finance team and make that available. Absolutely.
Brilliant. Thank you, John. Pauline, please.
Could we please get a number on the rate impact of that 50,000 for the review if we didn't take it out of the CF?
0.07.
At some point.
Oh, no, we can.
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. It's in the order of 0.07%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni, please.
Yeah, thanks. Does Christchurch NZ still provide business mentoring development? Because I'm just kind of wondering, like, we've had a number of these organisations that all seem to be having some issues, and we fund an economic development agency. And in the past, I know that they used to do some work with businesses, so or community groups. So is there any advice or services available through Christchurch NZ that we're already paying for that could help support some of these major organisations that are struggling?
John, please.
We go to Christchurch NZ to get an idea of the right sort of consultant for the job. Christchurch NZ don't provide those services directly. The last time we did this was in respect of Ferrymead, and together we worked with Ferrymead, Christchurch NZ, and picked the right consultant to do the job, and we'd probably propose to do the same here, should council approve it.
Just to touch on that, what happened at Ferrymead, the report that was done, has been implemented a long way as far as I can see it, hasn't it, John? And it's worked out.
Yeah, we report back to the council.
Yep, thank you.
Instead of funding like high-priced consultants to come on time and time again, if we actually funded Christchurch NZ to provide that sort of service, is that a better use and a more efficient use of our funding?
You'd have to come back with advice around Christchurch NZ's.
We're just looking down like we did last time, which seemed to work very well. It was an independent look, wasn't it? Okay, anyone else have their hand up? Carry on, gents.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Arts Centre. So, no specific line funding for that, but some grant applications, money available from Strengthening Communities Fund. As you're aware, a large number of submitters, almost all of whom wanted the council to provide support for the Arts Centre and the LTP. And their focus was there has been discussion through the CE with the Arts Centre, and there's sort of a proposal for 3 years there before you. So 830,000 in total, 110,000 existing grant from the Sustainable Communities Fund, 100,000 in rates remission, and 620 from the Capital Endowment Fund. So none of those have an impact on rates, and I think, John, I'll ask you to confirm they're already getting about 110 from the Sustainable Communities Fund.
Yes, they are. Strengthening Communities Fund.
We've
got a lot of funds.
Strengthening Communities Fund, beg your pardon. Then year 2, 110 again from the Strengthening Communities, 100 in rates remission, and 420 from the Capital Endowment Fund. Year 3, 520. So it's 100 in rates remission and 420 from the Capital Endowment Fund. So we'll take questions on.
So perhaps if I could the discussion with the CEO at the Arts Centre. So one was the 830 in our discussion last week, 830k was seen as sufficient with them not funding for depreciation for a couple of years, but trying to find a way in future years to fund for depreciation, and that may be through the income they get from the Ducks building. However, last night the CE did come back saying they wanted another 110, the 110 as well as that 830, but we think this is sufficient, but do have to alert you that the CE did say 830 plus the additional 110k.
Okay. So we had 2 questions. Sarah first, then Andre.
Thanks so much. One thing that we discussed in earlier discussions was trying to find a model that allowed this to be sustainable over time so that we don't face exactly the same campaign in 3 years' time. But the current proposal looks like what will happen next time is that there will be if we've only put money in for 3 years, there will be you're defunding the Arts Centre narrative, because there'll be nothing in year 4 of the LTP, and so next LTP there'll be the same campaign because there'll be nothing there. And I'm just wondering if there's been any thought to a more sustainable model with line item funding right through the LTP, or if it's just the first 3 years.
So I think that the Arts Centre do expect ongoing sustainable funding from council. So I think this funding's just been put in for the first 3 years, but with the idea that funding would continue throughout the LTP. So that's just mapped out first years, and we do need to, they welcome us to work with them to look for other options for funding, but we do need to have discussions around the potential around how they maximise the revenue from the Ducks, and one of those may be looking at a capital grant or a capital loan to help them develop the Ducks, which means they can get the leasing income in for that as well.
Okay.
So it is.
Yeah.
I don't think that their view is that we could taper off our funding. We will be back where we are today if we tapered off our funding and did nothing else.
So the key sticking points for ongoing operations seem to be around the rates and insurance kind of things, which are large, and the 110, the existing grant, that's for specific programming, is that right? So that's more
The 110,000 grant is to support 2 positions involved with the programming and activation and creative program for the centre.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't think this is going to be enough, and I don't know whether that's sufficient as meaning that they are dipping into that fund.
Dipping into which fund?
The hotel maintenance fund.
No.
To be able to cope with that.
No.
Okay. So the staff advice doesn't include currently ongoing funding in the LTP, but can that go in?
I think it does.
Just the stuff that's in front of us, that's all.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what we mustn't lose sight of, the Ducks, and I haven't been privy to all the, sorry, not the Ducks, the Arts Centre, and I haven't been privy to all the things. They're not changing their model. And I think that there's savings to be found, and if they're going to work with us and change, and we can assist them in advice to change their model. Up until now, there has been an allergic reaction to us wanting to help them, that they have got to change the way they do things. Otherwise, this will just keep going on and on forever. Sorry, Tim, Andre's next.
Well, there's also been an allergic reaction to us meeting with the board. So we resolved to work with them to find a more financially sustainable model or whatever it may be, but we haven't done that. our council hasn't met with the board. So at what point do we do that?
Okay, that's okay.
When does this happen in the journey? Because we resolved to do that in November, December.
So there's nothing stopping you meeting with the board at all. So
Well, no, there is, because it's been asked for a number of times.
Sorry,
It hasn't happened.
I hadn't finished to clarify.
okay.
There's nothing stopping you with the board at all. The advice at the time was when you were in the middle of a hearings process, you should have them present as part of the hearings process, not have meetings off the side, because then every 7,000 submitters could say we'd like a side meeting. So you're in a formal process when you're in a formal consultation. So, but there's nothing, when you're out of that formal consultation, out of the LTP, you can meet with the board at any time prior to us going into the consultation. You could meet with them any time, and the board did come and present to you as part of the LTP process.
So how can our council know that these numbers are sufficient if we're not meeting with them?
So as I said, that I met with the CE last week. We agreed 830k was sufficient, and they wouldn't fund their depreciation for the first years, but we would have to look at a remedy for that.
Yeah.
And as I said yesterday afternoon, evening, they did come back and say they needed the 830 and the 110k. So that's their view and opinion.
So the new bottom line is 940, is that what you're saying?
The numbers to me suggest like they'll be back with a campaign next year. Is that fair to say? Okay. Oh, yeah. My question was sort of the same as Sarah's.
So that's not what they said. They said that if they got this funding, they could then work with us to actually try to resolve the issue around depreciation and see if savings could be made. And that was their idea. This decrease may be an issue, but we don't know.
We don't know.
So you could put a placeholder in for the first 3 years of 830k if you wanted to, as opposed to decrease. But we're anticipating that potentially, based on the Deloitte's report, we could potentially find savings.
Melanie next.
One was a process question. I just wasn't clear. Are we just getting this information? Are we giving any guidance today, or is just the mayor's recommendations going in? And if we want to follow staff advice or something else,
Just guidance.
Today.
No,
Yep.
this will be something that's voted on, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So okay.
So if you, guidance would be good for us.
Hang on a minute, what?
Well, guidance from you, what the councillors think would be good.
This won't go into the mayor's recs, I'm sure. It'll be something that's voted on at the end.
If people put amendments in, so if no one does anything, then the other thing. Is it what you're saying?
No, the staff, we're saying it would be good to get guidance from councillors today.
How are we doing that? Are we doing it all at the end after we've gone through the whole lot?
You can do it now.
I'm happy.
We haven't
I'm
talked
happy
about
with
the
staff
previous
advice. I
ones
think
yet.
it's great.
That's all. And I was just, Sam and I were talking about the 2025 year. Would it be possible to, if the staff from the staff one, to make that 420 rather than 620 from the CF, and then give some more money to Arana Park? So I think use some of that to contribute to Arana Park.
So reduce the amount for the Arts Centre as views, and we've got obviously alternative views.
Yeah, that's just in my view for Arana
great.
Park. Their main issue is cash rather than anything else.
You'd rather put it there than here.
The Arts Centre.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough. That's your Tim, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think the key with this is actually our staff working with the Arts Centre to work out the business plan, the business model going forward. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's not a magic wand. So it does take time. So we've got to give a bit of credit to our staff.
Took a couple of years with Ferry Meet. So
yeah, exactly. And so this is a long-term thing with the Arts Centre and other partners. This is like decades, 50 years, 100 years, etc. So to expect just suddenly happen, they just don't. So I think the 3-year identified here is a really good way forward. Because remember, Arts Centre came to us with 1.8 million, and now it's 900 is the essential. So, we've got to kind of move carefully forward to ensure they've got a good foundation for the next 50 to 100 years. That's what we need to do for our city. So I'm going to support this. I think it's a good way forward. But I do want councillors to be informed on the way through with regards to what is negotiated and what is going forward with the whether we choose to meet with the board or whatever. That's a side issue. I think we've got to make sure that the business plan is absolutely locked in within 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Jake?
Thank you. I'm happy with this too. I'm glad staff are as little as $100,000 away from unanimous agreement between us and the Arts Centre. I think I take Sarah's point in terms of that long-term funding, but I would remind colleagues that we still have the asset management plan from the Arts Centre to come, and that's where we can have that conversation about the depreciation piece. So we are due to have one more conversation with the Arts Centre between now and the 3-year life of this LTP. So, we should put all the questions to bed eventually.
Mm-hmm. James and then Pauline.
Yeah. Is it not possible that we could actually just almost remove the Arts Centre from this LTP process in general and look at it in I guess a unique and dedicated setting? Because I think what's very clear to me through all of this is that there are wider issues here. It's complex, it's emotive, and I'm not convinced the LTP framework is a conducive one to actually allowing us to sort out these processes, because I actually think sitting down with them and working through some of the issues would be a positive thing to do. But I think that in terms of an LTP, that's something that's just not going to be realistic, because there's a whole lot of other issues that crop up if we were to go down this path. And objectively, I think that's probably what needs to happen. But if that's going to jeopardise, the robustness of the LTP, then isn't maybe the obvious alternative that we kind of ring fence it and go, let's get the LTP put to bed, and we will deal with this wider issue in a different setting as a matter of urgency.
So that would be possible but you would be contained to funding them out of your grant funding schemes, which is what's suggested here: Strengthen Communities, the Rate Remission Scheme, and the Capital Endowment Fund, and you would have to have sufficient funds within those funding schemes to fund them sufficiently. Because if you want to fund them anything outside those agreed funding programs, you should put it in the LTP.
Well, that sounds like that's doable, though, isn't it? Because I think what's clear is that the issues are not just depreciation. And I think although we've had a tremendous amount of submissions with it, they've kind of attacked a straw man. And I appreciate the sentiment behind it. The Arts Centre is a really special place. But I think what's really clear coming through the submissions is what they're saying is the Arts Centre is special to us, but how they're saying it is if you don't support them, there's not going to be an Arts Centre and the leases are going to go, which is just not true. The Arts Centre's not going anywhere, the leases aren't going anywhere. But what is true is that there's some serious question marks around how it's being managed, the staffing levels, where their insurance cover sits, and all of these things add up to like a death by 1,000 cuts, where they're in a situation where their business model is rattle the tin louder, and that's not helpful for them, and it's probably not fair on a really good organisation and good people that are associated with something that's really special to Christchurch. And I kind of feel that we're going to be a bit hamstrung kind of trying to come up with a solution in this framework, when really sitting down and working through the issues in a dedicated way and in an open, transparent way with them might be more conducive to getting a good outcome.
Given the number of submissions, we're going to have to flag in some way that we do intend to fund them through. So because of the quantum of submissions, you're going to have to flag you intend to fund them. You may even have to flag the range that you're looking at funding them, but and it will be through the existing funding program.
Yes, well surely that's possible. I agree with that. I agree that there has to be something there. It's just, though, I don't know if this framework is going to be the best one. And the more we've gone through this, the more hamstrung I see that we are to actually finding a genuine solution for them. And the last thing I would want to do, and I think probably everyone in this room, is to, as Andre said, almost promote a campaign again for them to do a round 2 come annual plan, whereas we're probably better to do it once and do it properly. But I think, no one has a crystal ball, but kind of crystal ball gazing as we're going to come up with a solution.
Could we come back with some advice after the break about exactly how we would word it and address it and cope with it within the LTP? Because we will need to flag it in some way. Yeah. We'll come back with some advice. We'll talk amongst the finance.
Pauline, then Vic.
I mean, that's a long-term vision, and that's a good thing. I think at the moment, when you realistically speaking, their insurance is still 1.2 million and their rates are still 200,000. This doesn't even fund that. So I think in the essence of interest of time, I think we need to actually give them some surety this year at least the 3 years. So I like this option. I think I'll be supporting that at the moment because I really don't think there's time to develop an alternative option at the moment, but that's something we can work on in a parallel stream going forward. We could put a hold some and go up and down from the grant scheme. So we'll
Victoria?
Yeah, thanks, Andre and James, for raising that. I think there's some merit in that. It raises the question for me. We're stuck in the confines of this long-term plan process, and if we just keep on doing what we've always done, then we're always going to end up with the same thing, and which means that the Arts Centre is constantly going to be coming back to us. The bit that I keep getting stuck on is in terms of the long-term financial sustainability and giving them some certainty for the next 10 years, is that given that we're spending ratepayer money, I think it is prudent on us to constantly review how we're applying those funds. And I think that in 3 years a lot can change. So whilst I think there's merit to that, and I like the idea of trying to do it differently perhaps, I'm just still struggling with that bit in terms of the need to constantly review, and the 3 year cycle in that respect seems to also have merit. So I've just got to figure that little bit out. I think it's prudent for us to constantly review.
So you're saying every 3 years rather than fire it in and leave it for every 10? Okay. Tyler and then
for the stuff to bring back, the question I've got is what sits within the LTP within the current proposal here and what does not?
So currently 110k from the Strength and Communities Fund.
Sits within the LTP process.
It's a multi-year. It was a 3 year funding. It's got 2 years left to go next year and the year after.
Okay, so could we commit to whatever's in the LTP and then work with the additional money outside of that?
I think we do need to flag something, but can we come back? Because I think
it's just for staff to just take away.
Yeah, so we can come back even after the break with some stuff. So it's actually just exactly how we'd flag it, but with some wording about scope for further discretion from these funds.
Got you. Okay, thanks.
Thanks. 2 quick points. Firstly, to Councillor Henstock's point, just in that having funding throughout all 10 years of the long-term plan doesn't preclude a review, and we could actually pass a resolution as part of the funding agreement that it is reviewed on a 3 yearly basis or something like that. And I think that would be prudent, and I think that that's a good idea. So I would still like to see it all the way through. The other thing is that I'm unclear as to, while we've had some feedback on the first year, whether there's enough funding in there. While I acknowledge that it's $200,000 less from the Capital Endowment Fund, I'd be in favour of in FY26 having those things that are there, so we're not using as much of the CEF, interest rates will be down, there won't be as much there, but topping that up by 200,000 actually just from rates funding to keep it at the same amount for the 3 years for those for those 3 years there. Even if the Arts Centre does have a capital grant and all those kind of things, it's going to be a few years before that is fixed and people in place and less money coming in. And so I think that having that, consistent money over the 3 years instead of first year up and then dropping it would be good.
I still go back to Ferrymead, and you were over there as well. We got the report done. It took a year or two to get it implemented, but it worked because they had not a lot of appetite to change. It was just give us more money, and we need to work with these guys with a report to say this is where you can save some dough going forward.
We have had
because
that.
otherwise it will just go on and on forever.
Yeah, we have had that report though. We've
For
had
these
a
guys?
report on the Arts Centre saying that actually there's very little.
I still believe their model's broken. Samuel.
The report, though, was limited in its scope. So the terms of reference didn't actually ask us to look at whether the operations were consistent and good practice. That was the fundamental issue with the report. I was going to say, I really like what James and Andre have come up with in terms of having the conversation with the board, maybe ring fencing the capital endowment so that you get to a point where we have a conversation, then everyone in the community knows that the money we are putting in is going to the right, for the right reasons and for the right purpose. Because it sort of alarms me in a sense that, and I think Mary, you've done a great job, they started at 1.8, they've then come back and said, the day that they were here, they said 900, the chair said 900, the chief executive has now said 800, and then he's phoned you over the week or emailed you over the weekend saying, actually, no, sorry, I got that wrong, it's another 100. And you kind of go, well, when we're rating people for that, how can we give absolute surety to the public that what we're spending is every dollar is going and is well used? So if we could get that compromise where we maybe hold the existing strengthening communities funding, the 110, the rates remission I'm still a bit iffy on because I thought that would just be subsidising the businesses in there. I thought that was if we're remitting rates, then they're passing a lot of that on. So
They weren't on charging the rates.
But they are on charging some, so it'd be good to understand. The last thing I don't think people want to do is then subsidise the businesses in there, if that is the case, because that wouldn't necessarily work.
That's why we need a good report.
Correct.
Yeah. And then that capital endowment fund, if we know that the range is there, then maybe it'd be good to get that work done. But it just feels like it's still a bit piecemeal, and it's not on our side. I think our guys have been very, very clear. But if the numbers keep changing on their side, then we need to do something that. Yeah.
So all you're doing with that
is passing it on.
Subsidising the most commercial businesses.
Yeah.
It's the other way around if the ones that you want to get.
Whereas it sounds like, to Andre's point, we get them, the plan is we get the review, we get whoever's doing it to actually have the terms of reference which indicate the actual operating model. We know that we've given them, through capital endowment this year a certain amount, and then we come back in the annual plan and we can potentially land on something. The other thing would just be the advice around from 28 onwards for the rest of that 10-year period. Is the intention of that to come out of capital endowment, or if that's rates funded as well? Yeah.
We'll come back.
But I think we're actually nearly at a kind of halfway house that works for everyone. But yeah.
Okay, Melanie. Oh, yeah, Melanie, Jake, and then Andre.
This is just a general comment based actually on what Sarah said, is that, and I have no opinion on this, it's just that when we get 4,000 submissions about the Arts Centre, I don't think the ratepayers actually care if it comes from rates rather than Capital Endowment Fund, because they have asked for this. So just bear that in mind. I don't think it actually, if we all agreed to fund it at rates and rates went up a little bit for the Arts Centre, I don't think the public would look badly at that. So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. You're saying a targeted rate for the Arts Centre?
No, I'm just saying that if our rates go up to cover the Arts Centre, it sounds like we've listened to the public and it's something that they're actually willing to pay a little bit more for.
One thing that
I'm just saying.
In all the Arts Centre's advertising, it said that we were scrapping all funding. Well, the 110 grand was there all along, so it was a bit disingenuous of what they were saying. Jake, please.
On a slightly different topic, the rates remission, I also have a slight issue with. I'm curious to get the answer to the question that Sam's raised, just to make sure we're not inadvertently offering a subsidy to the wrong customers. But is there any reason that we're funding 100k via rates remission? I mean, it's just money we would otherwise collect and then give back. I've always just found it tidier to make everyone pay rates and then hand out grants rather than going, we're going to give you a weird kind of unclear grant by way of remission. Is there any benefit to us doing it this way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's just another funding stream looked at. No, either option would work. Yep.
The same. It just feels cheaper. Mm-hmm. It feels cheaper, but it's not. Okay, I probably wouldn't support that specific.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Well, it's the same, but it's messy.
Okay, Andre.
Thank you. I mean, I think sort of points we made. One of the most helpful parts of this process was having them in the room to talk and ask questions. But what needs to be in any form of resolution is doing that work on any form of review very, very soon, like, as good as immediately in the first year. We can't have a chit chat at some stage in the next 3 years. So a lot of claims have been made. This could be done better. That could be done better. Well, let's go ahead and do that work very, very soon. Not within the next 3 years. It's got to be within this first year. Yeah, so something on those lines, in my view, needs to be in the resolution. Because again, what I'm looking at, it looks like, you're looking at another campaign in a year's time. If we haven't done that work, then we've got no proof things can be done better. If things can be done better, we need to front up with the proof for not just them, but the public as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Aaron, then Pauline.
Most of the points been raised, but the overwhelming clear one here is the 4,158 submitters. And yes, it's part of a driven campaign, but that's second only to the stadium. We didn't have that many on climate change. We didn't have that many on cycleways, on roads, on anything. It was a standout. And so, which gives us a clear signal that the public see the Arts Centre as a public realm, as part of the city's facilities. So they see it no differently than they see the art gallery, the museum, and sports fields and all the libraries. That's how they see the Arts Centre. The fact that it's run differently is different, but they see it that way, and it's our job to come up with whatever works for them. Now, we might see that it's not run efficiently, but there's members of the public would say, neither is the council. No, that's what this is just feedback, because we heard it at the end of the table. And so before we go throwing stones in glass houses, we should just look to get this sorted as best we can. But the public have overwhelmingly said they see this as their zone. They want it looked after. So however we skin that cat, the cat's got to be skinned. Yeah. Well, that's part of our pest management program.
Pauline.
Thank you. I don't like cats with no fur. Anyway, I'm just wondering, can we please have the rating impact on the 620 that's intended from the capital, if we don't take it from the Capital Endowment Fund? So we need to have that alternative. And also,
just under 0.1%.
Sorry? Yes.
Yeah, just under 0.1%. If you don't take it from the Capital Endowment Fund, rates would go up by just under 0.1%.
0.1%.
Thank you.
And if we're doing a review, where is that coming from? I assume it will be around 50,000, like the Arana Park and the Ferrymead one.
So what the Arts Centre has asked for was to work with council staff to find a model. I don't think they want us to throw in a external review.
We don't need an external one, so
that they have no say over of somebody.
That'll be an existing budget. Thank you.
But we might need to pull some expert advice in for resource in for some things.
Yanni?
Just kind of interested in the idea that this is like probably one of the most significant heritage buildings within New Zealand, and yet there's very little money coming from central government through the various heritage funds, and I don't quite understand why. So I wondered if we're going to meet with people, can we meet with Department of Internal Affairs as well, and Ministry for Culture and Heritage, and possibly RATA, just to talk through a joint funding approach? Because I'm increasingly concerned that everyone's coming to us for funding. There's lots of other funding opportunities out there, and including central government, which has specific funds towards heritage and culture. So, I just think we should be trying to facilitate as much central government investment or philanthropic investment into these organisations as well, and we should be trying to build some sort of partnership with RATA. They do. They actually do fund. They give some funding to the Arts Centre, as I understand it, for their programs.
So can I just be clear? I sense that the advice you'd like us to come back with is something around some core funding from rates, with some ability after discussions to potentially move some of that up from discretionary funding.
Yeah, so for me, one of the things about the Capital Endowment Fund is it's been incredibly useful for those things that pop up during the year from our communities, and having it all from all, most of it, or a big hunk going to one organisation during the LTP process limits our ability to do those things. And I'd be the same with the rates remissions. It seems tidier just to rate
So
for
with
it.
the rate, you'd need to actually determine the amount that you wanted to fund from rates, but we'll come back with some advice after the
I
break.
think one thing going forward, when we're hearing both sides of our staff should talk to the Arts Centre people, but as Mary said, we still need somewhere in there, because it'll be, we think this is good, we think that's good, and it'll be, we need an independent, not maybe a full report, but someone in there to give a clear outside look at it, just like we did with Ferrymead, because it worked extremely well with Ferrymead. It was real good. We do need to get going. We've got Tyler and then Aaron.
Just quickly around my thoughts, it seems palatable that we can charge a rate for as a part of this, and I would actually like to divert the funding from the Strengthening Communities Fund, seeing as we're not stepping it up, to be able to divert into other community groups. So using the Capital Endowment Fund as a top-up instead of...
It's already it's a multi-year grant
that's
already
fine.
in there.
Okay.
But from FY28 onwards, is that still...
We'll worry about that in the next one. Yeah, the crystal ball gets so cloudy when you look so far into it. Aaron, please, and then we'll move on if possible. Or Pauline, did you have one?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on Yanni's point around the government funding. It'll be interesting to see how the Minister of Culture and Heritage could say or explain how this does get no funding when it's the largest group of that style of buildings of heritage buildings in the country. So as part of your process, what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor, is that needs to be explored. How it must become some sort of government line item for part of its funding. Whatever that number is, but that must be found, and we need the answer as to why that's currently not. That just makes no sense. And then the other one is that we're talking about winding up our heritage fund. The public, I think, would be very happy that we keep our heritage separate rate, and it's tagged to this, so they can clearly see the heritage rate being applied to
all of
the
it.
arts centre.
All of it goes to that.
Yeah, but they can clearly see. They go, I'm putting in. Our family puts in $3.50 a year, or whatever the number is. You can clearly see it coming off your rates where it goes.
For that.
Yep, for that.
Yep. Pauline.
Yeah, just quickly back on that rates remission, I tend to agree with Councillor McClellan because we remit, as far as I'm aware, quite a large portion of their rates already that they can't. The 200,000 that we don't remit is for the commercial part. So if we start this precedent, that's remitting a commercial amount of rate that actually, in best practice, they should be passing on to the tenant. So I think I'd rather roll that 100 into the 620 and make it 720 and look at rating for that, or a combination of rating and capital endowment. I'm making a little list here of capital endowment and it's huge. I'm calling it the slush fund. So I think we need to kind of be a little bit realistic about it. So that's where I'm coming from.
So the debate on the day will be new money or existing money. It's as simple as that, really, or a combination.
Or that heritage
and
thing
the quantum.
that Aaron said. We do need to get on with this. Russell, you're wearing out pencils down there with all the stuff that we're telling you to do. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so we move on to the next one. Everyone's given a bit of advice on that.
As we explore the government one, the one to throw at them would be to cover the insurance. If the government cover the insurance, because they're always the big protector of the whole country, that means that they can say, this place is protected forever by us. We pay the insurance bill. And I think that would be a really decent proposal to take to the government. And that wipes out a big chunk of what they need. So if we can explore that, would
because
be...
it protects it for the future.
And that's their bit.
I hate heritage. Okay.
Thank you, Your
Far
Worship.
away, please.
Yes, so the Santa Parade, again, no specific line item funding application, funding available from the Strengthening Communities and the Events and Festival Fund. So the feedback was that the Santa Parade requested permanent funding of $125,000 per annum towards organisational expenditure to support the event, and it equals 50% of their net costs. no other feedback was received. The mayor or deputy mayoral recommendation, an additional 50,000 per annum to the events and festivals fund passed on to the Santa Parade, and the cost on that is 0.0072%. Staff advice, 35,000 from the Strengthening Communities Fund and 40,000 from the Events and Festival Fund for 3 years, and review the event in the financial year 2027, and there's no impact on rates under the staff advice proposal.
Melanie, Sarah and Tyler.
So that staff advice, is that the same as what's in the draft, or is it additional?
John?
The amount is the same. The staff advice is to ring fence that for 3 years to give the event the certainty to go out and find additional sponsorship. They were asking for two things, finance and certainty. We've recommended the same finance level, but giving the certainty for 3 years.
So is that, sorry, that's what we funded them last year? Was
Yes, it is.
right. That is just that they were asking for additional, weren't they? So with the mayor's recommendation, then is that just is that at 50 additional to the 75?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit confused. Yep. Yes, Sarah.
Process-wise, I'm really reluctant to predetermine contested funds ahead of time. So we know that these funds are enormously oversubscribed anyway, and that there's increasing pressure on them and that they're not increasing. So it doesn't give us the ability to weigh up these against other community groups who'll be coming to us at that time. I would prefer that we did something that was, specific for the Santa Parade if we were going to do the Santa Parade, rather than taking it from community groups ahead of time before we've weighed up the relative merits of them. That would be my personal opinion there. What's that? Yeah, it is, but it's the staff advice. So I'm okay with the whole putting more funding in to then be tagged. But the current fund, so ring fencing 35k for the next 3 years from Strengthening Communities, when we know that those various community groups are going to be coming to us and we're already oversubscribed, means we don't get a chance to weigh up other community groups through this. It takes funds out when we know there's other community groups who are dealing with people. Yeah.
It incentivises people to apply for contestable funds via the LTP.
Right, via the LTP and predetermine things over time. So if we were going to provide certainty for the Santa Parade for 3 years, I would rather, if you look at the 0.0072%, if we did 1.5 times, if we made it the 125 or 100k, we're still only looking at 0.015 or something like that, rather than taking it from Strengthening Communities. So that would be my preference, and it might be that we do that and we allocate it to the events fund, in that way doing it. But I don't want to ring fence Strengthening Communities.
Right. You make it 100 grand.
Make that all part of the mayor and deputy mayor recommendation. Extra 125k, the events and festivals fund passed on to the Santa Parade, rather than ring fencing from the other two.
So in other words, add on to rates.
The events and festivals contestable as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but but you're not taking money away from an existing pot. That you're adding to the pot, rather than we're just not getting to weigh up.
Splitting hairs. Tyler.
I'm actually really open to Sarah's recommendation, and the question I have is, why isn't it specifically line item funded?
I can answer half of that question. There are two components to this funding. The Strengthening Communities, which supports the organisation as a whole, running themselves, and the Events and Festivals Fund, which is the actual event component. So it's two different funds, and that's where the funding is available. It's not line item funded at the moment because staff get the applications and look at them and make a recommendation, and it does change from time to time, particularly in this case as the nature of the event has changed. Nigel, you might want to add something.
So, John, the main thing is that these guys have got to have certainty for 3 years at least, because then they can get other funders on board. Is that?
Yeah.
That we have to do that. Otherwise,
We can also answer that some few years ago, council moved away from line item funding a whole lot of community groups and moved it all into the Strengthening Communities. It was at the review of the Strengthening Communities Fund and said it was better to actually be able to evaluate groups against each other and look at the priorities at the time and fund through a contestable fund, rather than some groups getting locked into historical funding and being locked while the others weren't. So that's why we don't tend to have a line item, because of a previous council decision. If you want to move back to a whole of line items, that's your discretion.
So I was only thinking, reason being is Santa Parade's sort of an anchor event in comparison to, a regular event.
that's right. It's more of an iconic thing that we for all of the city, rather than flopping in and out of other things.
Which would, in my opinion, mandate something sort of like that. Because how oversubscribed is the Strengthening Communities Fund at the moment, John?
Heavily. I'll get back to you with the figures.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more than double the, I think maybe triple the applications for the funds available. I'll get back to you with the figures.
Okay, and if it was a line item, is there agility within the annual plans? If, say, for example, in some random world that the Santa Parade played up and didn't hit their marks, that we can withdraw that budget from that FY 25-26?
Yeah.
Okay, so in light of that, I'd like to just recommend or flag that I'd be keen to see what it looks like as a line item in terms of...
so put the whole 125 grand on rates is what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because the Strengthening Communities Fund's oversubscribed.
Melanie? No, we're just scratching your ear. Okay. Tim?
Yeah, thank you. So Santa Parade came to Strengthening Communities and Events and Festivals in previous alliterations. Is that correct? Iterations. Is that correct? Yes. So that's not taking money out of that they haven't taken before. So that's kind of that's
red herring.
So I do like the line item option as well, but the Strengthening Communities is well and truly over subscribed to. What I'd like to know is what of those organisations that are coming to us used to go to RATA, because RATA changed their format without, and we talk about relationships, that there was no discussion, as I know, with us. So what would be good is to know how many of those organisations are now coming to us, what percentage of what they're asking for, or if it's new, was covered by other funding agents that are no longer funding them. Because it does seem to me that we are the last cab on the block, and because we're the last cab on the block, our staff and us are getting a bit of a kicking because the public see there's a shortfall. And in actual fact, others have changed without, it's kind of like just passing the parcel and buggering off. And I think we need to understand that as councillors as well. But I would support this as a line item. But the other question I've got is, would this, because there are two parts to this, because in the building that they've been given, which is a great thing, but it does need maintenance and upkeep, etc. I don't think they will really realise that. But it is housing a lot of community groups, and seemingly more, that we were supporting for rents in other places. So it's actually in that situation. Does that stop them applying for funding for the building? Yeah, well, but I mean, this is the reality that we're facing. So the parade and the execution, the management of the parade seems to be under really good management and processing going forward. So that's one funding. The building and the community groups that are in there, the guys that, the people that make toys for Christmas and the slot cars and all that kind of thing. That's a really important thing as well. So that's that
my
wouldn't discount
understanding
funding.
from what John said is the 35 is for the operation and running of the organisation.
For those kind of
and
things.
the 40 is
Okay.
for the event.
Okay.
So if you pulled both those sets of money out of there and made it a line item
Yep.
of 1.25k,
Yep.
they could potentially come back for additional funding through strengthening communities.
Well,
It just makes more work for you. Okay, hang on. Righto, so are you done, Tom?
Just because part of it is also trying to streamline our staff's time, because there's a huge amount of cost there. So if it were a line item and done and dusted, then our staff could concentrate on those community organisations and groups that are now struggling because they're only getting funding from us and no other organisation. So I would like that rata question at some stage, because it is a complicated
To be clear,
one.
you are setting a precedent now of moving back to line item funding, because everybody
Okay.
communities is coming in year on, well, most of them are coming in year on year themselves.
The key is that they need certainty for funding, because that helps them getting sponsorship. If an organisation doesn't have certainty of funding, it is harder to get sponsorship. And at the moment, it is really hard to get sponsorship out there.
Can I make a suggestion?
Oh, sorry,
Hang on, we've got a queue. Victoria?
Thank you, Mary, for helping us understand the history to the funding models, but it does appear to me that we are reinventing a wheel, and I think it would be very helpful if the previous advice that was prepared in relation to this can be made available to us, perhaps in the first instance, in order that we can be properly informed about what the options are, because otherwise we're just reinventing a wheel. So I'd like to see that information, please.
It was pre-trim, wasn't it? We'll see if we can find it. It was pre-trim, so it might be at it.
Because otherwise we're setting a very dangerous
see if we
precedent
can
with
find it.
floodgates. Yep.
Aaron?
Yeah, I like where you got to with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's recs. I think that was good, but I'm happy that we still pull it out of those other funds that already exist, rather than just take the whole lot as an add-on to rates, if that was what's being suggested around the table, because that's putting rates up. Our job is to, if we want to fund one thing more, we've got to work out what else we fund less. It's not just to keep add. We got way too much feedback during the LTP from people that are hurting. They don't want add-ons. They want us to reshuffle the deck chairs, and those recommendations did do that and do it well. And the other thing around the Santa Parade is that it's now becoming an attraction to the city. It's becoming an event that people from outside of Christchurch will be travelling to. It's pretty clear that the new version is a bigger attraction than it ever was going to be going down Colombo Street, and so that should be celebrated, encouraged, and it will have a benefit to our city beyond just being a great event.
Absolutely. Pauline?
Look, I think that it's really obvious that we need to retain the 35k going through strengthening communities in the contestable process, and that will be addressed, I think it's around August, is it? Applications, and at that point it could be assessed as a multi-year option if we agree to it. And I think if you look at it like the 40k from events and festivals, and the additional 50 is actually topping up the events and festivals to cover that. So if you think of it like that, but it's a small rate impact to top it up. So I think the recommendation is a really workable one, and we should really consider that, because it has a lesser rate impact, but it will give them the funding, because I think
certainty.
I think they will be successful through the strengthening communities, and at that point they can address the multi-year funding there. We can't do it here.
Thank you, Pauline.
You're welcome.
Andre, then Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, they do need certainty. I mean, there's a number of others that do as well. To me, it seems like the obvious sort of answer here would have been establishing that city identity fund with those key events that are citywide that need certainty for multi-year funds, and that would include, Santa Parade, Christmas in the Park, Christchurch Marathon, Coast to Coast. So not establishing a city identity fund means we're going to be doing this, having these sorts of conversations, every year. I think the current model is not sustainable. This doesn't appear to me to be sustainable. The additional 50k to the events festival funds, that's a fund that's oversubscribed by 500-600% and has been frozen for a number of years. So you factor in inflation, even an extra 50k on now, it's still an effective cut from years gone by. to me, you need a fund for those key events citywide that where that events qualify for. Otherwise, it just seems to me we're going to keep going round and round in circles and not being able to provide events like this the certainty that they need. But you're right, this does need certainty for 3 years. But there's a few others, like the Christchurch Holy Festival of Colours, for example. That event's massive now, but they having to apply every year. You know, that seems to me like something that needs certainty. Christmas in the Park, Marathon Coast Coast, I mean, they would need certainty as well, I would have thought. So, yeah. But yeah, certainly agree with the sentiment.
Thank you, mate. Sarah?
I can understand the desire not to add anything additional above this onto rates, but I'm still really wary about predetermining strengthening communities and events and festivals funding. However, if we look back to the previous discussion on the Arts Centre, if we're looking at a mix between Capital Endowment Fund and rates for the Arts Centre, it does free up a little bit of space in the Capital Endowment Fund over the next 3 years that potentially the Santa Parade could come out of, which would be not rates. Would give them the certainty they need without us predetermining other contestable funds. And so that might be something that we could think about and maybe get advice on instead.
Okay. Right, we've got two more, and I'd like to get it's good discussion. Yanni, please, and then Kelly.
Just wondering if we could talk to our council companies about sponsoring this, like maybe sponsoring a float each or something, so that they could kind of help contribute to it.
They do get sponsorship from outside companies, not necessarily council companies, but they do get good sponsorship from outside companies. And this is just to keep them going. This is not what they need to run the thing for the whole year.
No, I know that, but if you think about like kind of the idea of what they could showcase in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, you know, it seems a really obvious kind of thing to put a bit more focus on in terms of investment, and I appreciate that the LTP probably is not the best time to kind of do that, but in terms of the direction they're going, it is good. They're clearly going in the right direction. So I was just wondering if we could look at what else we could do to get our council companies, maybe talk to CCHL.
So just to clarify, we communicated to CCHL that we did want our companies to prioritise dividends over giving out a lot of discretionary funding. Right.
But they do.
It's not
like,
our place to suggest who
they do sponsor a lot of other stuff, and you know, probably they would get a tax benefit from sponsoring as well.
Phil, I'm just conscious we're doing a $1 or $18 billion plan, and we're talking about $100,000.
Yeah,
and it's the only other question I had is
if you look at it from that point of view, it's 0.018%.
Yeah, I'm just in time for value. It's
would probably just cost that much already.
So I was quite keen to know, like, if we could give a one-off capital grant to get that building fit for purpose. That was the kind of only other thing that I took.
They haven't asked for that.
Yep. Kelly, please.
Yeah, a really interesting discussion. I tend to agree with Andre. There's a lot of organisations that, that have kind of make a big contribution to the city that I think it would be good to put them in as a line item, but they have to deserve that sort of status by being fiscally responsible and lasting for a few years. So, and I tend to agree with Sarah too. Just in terms of, I'm not sure that that's the way we should be using the Strengthening Communities Fund. Yeah.
Just for staff, we're not precluding capital endowment funds.
We've got a general feel.
Yep. Okay.
I think you're right.
Yep, I think so.
Right. So there's three things coming: Environmental Partnerships Fund, Biodiversity Fund, and Events Ecosystem. I want to get to them before we have a break of probably just morning tea's worth. And at the rate we're going on the Santa Parade, it could be about 8:30. So we'll carry on, please, with the next one. Please, Pete.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Natural Environment Staff Resource, so no specific funding included in the draft LTP. A few submitters addressed a range of natural environment and biodiversity related issues, including raising concerns about a gap in staff resource to champion these areas. And in some instances, they also called for the organisation to re-establish the natural environment team to support this work. So at this stage, nothing from the Mayor or Deputy Mayoral recommendation. Staff advice, a vacant position could be repurposed that focuses on championing the natural environment across the organisation. An additional 35,000 would be needed, as there's still a salary difference to make up. And once in place, this change the effectiveness can be monitored and evaluated.
Okay, Sarah, Celeste and Tim.
Thanks. Two quick things. What's the current vacant position? So we wouldn't want to be disestablishing or switching from another valuable position in that team.
It's a policy advisor role. So we do have other policy advisors, so that would continue that function, and this would be just repurposing one of the policy advisor roles.
Okay. And the policy advisor in which space, or is it just a general?
It's in general.
Okay. Yes. So the other thing is that if we did this, I wouldn't want a position, their job description to be a champion. It would be much more focused on sort of coordination and those kind of, I think we shouldn't necessarily be hiring people for championing and advocacy roles, if you like, but it would need to be in a focused natural environment coordination or something, but they'd need some sort of mandate. So what we're hearing is that there's not the coordination within the organisation currently.
So that was the intent, because that was picked up by a number of councillors that raised exactly what you're saying. Councillor Donovan, Councillor Coker, yourself, and a few others. So that's what John responded to.
Okay.
Yeah. So Councillor Templeton, it's definitely part of the position description that we were thinking about. That coordination was part of the role.
Thanks.
Tim?
Yeah, thank you. And I support this, but it comes back to my very first point. That, we shouldn't be. We can hear and pass on what we hear with regards to what people feel the organisation needs in certain areas, but it does come back to the work that we need to do to combine everything into the natural environment to look at how we go forward to the Climate Resilient Fund, Accelerated Climate Adaptation, all that type of thing. We need to have one vision to go forward, and so this is part of that. If we're going to keep just chipping away on different things, we're going to have 3 and 20 processes for one major problem which isn't going away. So totally support it, but it does come back to that what we need from our staff is a combined front.
Okay, Celeste.
Says here there's a few submitters. My recollection was that there was quite a number of submissions on this particular issue, so I feel like perhaps that should read, there was an overwhelming mandate to address these issues. That might be a typo.
I can give this actual numbers. There's
Yeah.
12
both of them.
Raised reinstatement of the natural environment team, 4 who raised the number of waterway ecologists, and 17 who raised the biodiversity strategy. So that's, I don't know that.
4, so 8.
Quite a few organisations. So my question is, is this looking at re-establishing the natural environment and biodiversity team?
Team?
No.
There used to be a team in the last long-term plan that was disestablished to establish the climate resilience team.
Yes, the natural environment team got essentially replaced by the climate resilience, the climate team.
And the purpose of the climate resilience team, do they have an ecologist in that team currently?
Not in the climate team, no. The ecologists sit throughout the organisation, and for example, in the waterways teams, the parks teams, so they sit across the organisation. This would be an overview role, coordination, that sort of role.
And this is around resources, quite important. In terms of the total number of FTEs we had when we had the natural environment biodiversity team, how many do we have now? Because my understanding is we've had quite a substantial reduction in staff resource. So this, in the natural environment space specifically. So this, while I welcome this, wouldn't actually provide additional resource to do anything further on the ground.
As I said, they're spread across the organisation, those more technical roles, and as such as ecologists. I think in the last comment, what I'm suggesting there too is that we do some monitoring and evaluation of what we need in this space. So that could be a future discussion, but at this stage, this is a first step in that direction.
I'll pass it on because I've got some more questions, but in terms of monitoring and evaluation, I think that the feedback is that actually we don't have enough resource to do any actual work on the ground. So we can do lots of monitoring and evaluation, but actually what we're looking at is actually delivering better outcomes in terms of biodiversity, and I don't think we have a resource currently to do that.
That's a wider discussion, and that would be looking at the staff resource across the council in that area.
Thank you. Victoria, please.
Thank you. 3 things. Picking up on what Celeste has just been referencing, aren't we waiting for a legislative steer or reform in this space in relation to some of the RMA reform? And perhaps the conversation might better occur after we've got that direction from central government in that space?
Yes, that would be helpful. Obviously, there's a lot of change in this space. Act's been repealed, national policy statements for Indigenous biodiversity, for example, on hold, those sort of things that would be useful to review after that.
Second thing is referencing the staff advice about the vacant position and repurposing it. Is it an option for us to perhaps continue along that with that idea, but just resize the role so that it fits within the current salary band that's already vacated, rather than having to have adding an extra 35k with a rate impact? That's one suggestion.
We felt that it needed a senior staff member to undertake this sort of role, to be able to operate across the organisation, have that expertise and that ability to do that. It would need to be a senior staff position rather than a more junior staff position.
But if it was about admin and coordination,
it's more than that.
It's technical knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
maybe you reduce the hours and it's 0.8 instead of full FTE, just to fit within the current envelope of what we've got available to us. It's just a suggestion. And then the final thing was, it's just flagged up for me, is there any overlap here between what we're trying to achieve and what ECAN is tasked with doing, please?
We're not quite sure yet. We should be. There's no overlap at the moment because they don't operate within our organisation, but yes, they do operate in this space as well.
So should we just pass the ball totally to them and let them pick it up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we need to be conscious of where that overlap is. So to say we're not quite sure, well, I think we need to be sure, because it could be double dipping in the same space.
For not a lot extra. Yeah. Melanie, please.
Is the aim of this position to oversee like the biodiversity strategy? Would that be their remit? Because that was sort of what I understood, like the core requirement of this is, and then with I mean, we've heard more ecologists are required as well to actually do the work, which is what Celeste said. But that was what instead of championing the natural environment, it's to see through the biodiversity strategy and make sure it's linked across different teams.
That was certainly the intention of part of the role, but we've broadened it out by saying natural environment, so it can do other things as well,
So
not just the biodiversity strategy.
What other things would they be?
It's around the waterways ecology, and it's all interrelated. So biodiversity and natural environment. So it was just broadening it out, so it did include more than just biodiversity.
Okay. I guess the way I understand this, and I'm not asking a question, I'm going to do it, but the way I understand this is this to work on council land. It's not ECAN's role. It's, ECAN's role is to oversee things and make sure we're doing the right work and do regional work, but our role is to look after our land and our rivers. So that's what we need to be actually working on, because there's not enough oversight across everything, particularly waterway, stuff growing in the waterways and things like that.
Pauline?
I think she's just going to say similar to what Mel said, and also that Environment Canterbury Regional Council and us, our staff work really well together. So there's no real waste of resources. We find efficiencies together. And despite the changes in the RMA from central government, I think this council's got a biodiversity strategy. We have goals to implement, and I think it's just because of the changes that occurred, we're now lacking in resource and staffing there. There has been talk that we do need some more freshwater ecologists, but I think that's something for the Chief Executive to look into and come back with a recommendation. So, yeah, I absolutely support this. So that's just clarifying. We've got our own really good programs here, and we've heard from people that they want to continue delivering those, and most of them are in partnerships, so we're getting really, really good benefit from it.
Yeah, I'd just like to actually just put it as a proposal. Let's put it in the mayor's recommendations if you're happy with that, Phil. Just to rather than create a whole new separate position, just to use it and do the little top up.
So just so I'm clear, John, this is for you. We had a group, and I shouldn't say dissolved it. We moved them into another group, climate change, to do similar work to what they were doing, or nothing at all.
Different work.
Different work altogether. Okay, so I just was hoping we weren't just adding one more in. So, okay, we'll try the next one, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, the Biodiversity Fund. So, look, you can see the table there. The current year of line item funding is 400,000, and then it goes up a bit in each of the first 3 years of the LTP. Submitters supported the proposed retention of the Biodiversity Fund, highlighting the importance of the work the groups are doing, and what would be lost if it was removed. So if you look at the mayor or deputy mayoral recommendation from the workshop last week, an additional 200,000 per annum for 3 years, and that is already included in the baseline numbers that Russell presented earlier on with that number when he gave the financials. A new amendment reduced the increase from 200 to 100 in years 1 to 3 of the plan. So it falls in the middle there between those top two lines. That's really sort of where we've landed at this point, and we'll take questions. So it was up 439, up 200, and now back 100.
But B, you actually have to follow on to the next slide now to give the reason for that.
Well, I was going to let John talk to that, or Andrew, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the next slide starts to tell the full story.
Yes.
Perhaps then questions after that.
Okay, so the second slide tells the full story, so do we need to talk about the first slide if the second slide is sorted out?
Let's do the two slides as one conversation.
You can go do them as one conversation. So, all right, so then the Environmental Partnership Fund, sort of part two if you like. The last year of the line funding is 350,000 in 23-24, and that is administered by the Regional Parks team. Some submitters supported the reinstatement of the fixed-term Environmental Partnership Fund, primarily to support environmental organisations working on public land in Port Hills, Banks Peninsula, the Avon, Heathcote, Styx River and the harbours. The Mayor's or Deputy Mayoral recommendation is to reintroduce funding as follows. 700,000, so that's 300 funded from the Capital Endowment Fund with a rates impact of 0.06%. In year 2, 700,000 again with a rates impact of 0.03%, and then year 3, 1 million, and that's another 0.03%. The staff advice is that there's better off funding in the budget to continue the grant for 2 years, and that amount is 500,000, and it could be split 250,000 year one, year two, and then 700,000 in year three, and 300 funded from the Capital Endowment Fund. And that 300 has a rate impact of 0.05%. We can explain why, if you like, there's a difference of sort of the 0.5 on the 300 in year three, but it's 0.6 in year one, but it's really just the way the sort of the growth in the model works. You don't have to go through the mechanics, but the numbers are correct.
Yep. So I actually like that staff advice because it's using up some better off funding, and if we don't use it, it'll bugger off somewhere else. Celeste. It'll go somewhere, but it won't go here.
In terms
Celeste,
of
please.
the
Yes.
better off funding, is that unallocated better off funding, or is it funding that was allocated to?
It's allocated
No,
and approved.
Yeah,
that
it's
was
approved.
funding that was allocated to the regional parks team, so the decision was made by council.
So regional parks will lose out on the 500k and we're moving it to this fund? Offset it, is that correct?
Sorry?
No.
So we're moving that, sorry.
No, we're not moving any money. This is, as council made their decision, it's been allocated to
Regional
the Better
parks.
Off Funding Program
So it's already in there.
that the regional parks are administering.
And this is where that
So
fund,
nothing has changed to the Better Off Funding decision.
and
That
just
funding is there.
just to clarify, Andrew, the environmental partnership team in the previous years sat with the regional parks team as well. It's always historically sat
That's
there.
correct. So just for clarity, the biodiversity fund, the previous slide, is funding that is allocated to private landowners. This fund is administered by the regional parks team, and the grants go to groups that partner primarily with them on public land.
So just to clarify my question, the better off funding that was allocated regional parks, some of it was allocated to specific projects. So we've got a list of projects, 65k for this, 25. So will any of those things that have been put forward towards specific projects lose that funding in order to offset the rates impact?
No.
Right. Fantastic. Yes, I did have your hand. Yep.
So I'm a little confused. So was that better? This is a bit silly I'm asking this, but was that better funding going to go to in the same vein as environmental partnership? Because I haven't clearly understood.
The advice I've had is that this always was the intent of that Better Off funding, to extend the environmental partnership program.
In terms of time.
Yes, but after this year's finished.
So this isn't on top of the Better Off funding. This is
No.
using the Better Off funding
That's
as
right.
planned.
As planned.
And the good thing about what the staff advice is, they brought it into the first 2 years of where we would call the blimp of rates increase, and so I'd like to thank staff for actually thinking of this and doing it. So, Pauline.
Just to be clear, so 700 for year 1, 2, possibly 3, I don't know. Of that, 250 is Better Off funding, 300 capital endowment, and 150 rated for. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Of the 700, 250 is the from Better Off, 300 from capital endowment, and 150 rateable. Is that right?
No, my
No,
understanding.
they're two separate proposals. Rather than that supporting the recommendation, the staff advice is a different proposal, and the commonality is what has been proposed as the mayor, deputy mayors for year 1 would then drop into year 3. So it's quite a different proposal. But you could look at it to go, well, that's how we want to fund it.
Yeah.
That's
You might
up
want
to you guys.
700. Staff are suggesting the 250 already there for Better Off funding instead of 700.
Melanie?
So for the environmental partnership fund, that has been 350k for the last 3 years. So you're saying that 250k, which is 100k less, was set aside to carry that on, and then there's other funding lines that are 350k plus others that are not to be funded either. So that 250 is a significant reduction to the money that goes to. That's what you're saying in the staff advice, right? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't support. I'll support the deputy mayor in this.
So I think we're waiting. I think we're waiting.
Staggering.
I think we're also waiting. I think we're also waiting for advice on whether the Community Waterways Partnership, which was 350, is now sitting in Waters.
So, Ben, you can answer that one.
I'll have to check and just get back to you.
Is that, guys, has that given you any direction whatsoever? Hang on, Sarah's going to give us some
I
direction.
just check just the difference between the mayor and deputy mayor's recommendation and the staff advice. If there's already 250k allocated for the next 2 years, wouldn't you still have that as part of the mayor and deputy mayor recommendations and have a lower rates impact without using the capital endowment
So
fund?
that's what the sense that some of you we're picking up. Some
So
of you
it
would
would
like
be-
so that to be 450 from rates and the 250 from the better off.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
So that's a feel from some of. So we've got to.
Even if means that those groups can carry on. Well, no, they are going to go on because they're going to be volunteering instead of.
So are you talking about wrapping them together, Mary? Is that?
Well, that's what we could do. That's an option. It's really going to be up to you what you put in your recommendation. But you've got I think you've got a sense of the feel of the room. You do have to bear in mind, and it's just a reminder that one of your resolutions was to ask staff to look for savings. So that's what we are doing.
Yes.
We're trying to reduce expenditure rather than increase it because of your resolution. And Andre reminded us about that, reminded you about that again at the last meeting. So we have consistently been doing this from the CE's recommendation for the draft right through. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to butt in. Could there be the 250k from the better off plus 300 from CEF and then another 150 on rates to do like a meld of all of this? These funds here fund the administrators of the groups that do the volunteer work, and if those people don't get the funding, then there's almost no point having a biodiversity fund because that funds the projects that those administrators then administer to work with community. So this fund is almost more important than the biodiversity one in a way, although both of them are required.
So I'm just here.
Do you want to clarify, Andrew, about what the difference between the biodiversity and environmental funds are?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question? I got a bit confused there, sorry.
So the clarity of what the biodiversity fund's used for as opposed to the environmental fund.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. The biodiversity fund certainly historically has been used to support external groups like Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. So working on adjacent land or private land. Whereas this fund has primarily gone to much smaller groups that work a lot closer with our rangers.
Victoria had the next question.
So external land, public land. This one here is public land.
There is some overlap though, because some of those groups organise the covenants on the private land. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. How much clarity you got there, chaps?
We're still confused. All I want to see is somehow 700,000 in year 1 and 2.
So I think if I've got this right, I think that you throw the 250, you leave the 300 from CEF, you throw the 250 into it, which reduces the 700 down by 250. Is that what I'm hearing?
So
No,
can I just check
no, but
this?
you
So
rate for
200 for biodiversity. So let's bring those two funds together. So 200 for biodiversity and 400 for the environmental partnership because there's 250 already in there.
No, it was 100 from the biodiversity.
100 for biodiversity now. Okay, 100 biodiversity.
This would only be an extra 50k.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because we were going to rate for 150, we'd only be rating for 100.
Yeah.
250
Ask you also-
better off, 300 capital endowment,
That's because you,
100 biodiversity and a 50k rated. That would work.
Quickly write that down, Russell, when we're...
I don't get that. I don't think that's right. So you're saying 100, an additional 100k for biodiversity now.
From the biodiversity.
From the previous decision. I've got it.
He's got it.
Yeah, I get that, but that's still rate funded. An additional 100k is rate funded.
Yep.
Correct.
No, but the additional 200 was additional rate funding. Now you're dropping that to 100.
It's all rate funded.
But it's still 100.
So it would be 250 rates funded, and 300 from 250.
Okay, well,
from,
we might be able to talk to this a bit more.
We'll do the
Can
thing
I-
is I don't.
Can I have a go at
Yeah,
clarifying
give
this? Okay, so if we go back a slide, please. Well, sorry for being so pedantic, but what we're suggesting is that the previous workshop, I'm not allowed to use the word decision, but guidance was 200 on top of the existing LTP. That's now being reduced to 100.
Yep.
And if we move to the next slide. Please.
Next slide.
Whoever's driving the slides, thank you. Okay. I think what I'm hearing from the Deputy Mayor is that she would like to see an option which is essentially the 250k that is already on budget and better off funding will support the funding required to reach 700k in year one, of which in year one, 300 will be from the Capital Endowment Fund. So there's 150, what's that, 550? 150k of rates will need to be added to that, and then et cetera, et cetera.
and the 100 from the biodiversity.
No, yeah, but they're balancing
That's in
out. We
there.
don't actually have to move it.
Okay.
We just
yep.
have a different rates impact.
Thank you,
to that-
Andrew.
To that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Because we just need to clarify is I don't think it meets the criteria of Capital Endowment Fund.
Oh, well, there we go.
because
So
the
it's
Environmental
possible-
Partnership Fund was fully from the Capital Endowment Fund for the last 3
Yeah, the
years.
Environmental Partnership
And so was
was-
a Community Partnership Fund, another line, which was also 350k.
I think it absolutely
So they
perfect.
700k has been coming from the Capital Endowment Fund for the last 2 years for this stuff. So it does meet the threshold, or if it doesn't, we've done something wrong.
Can we just check with the review? Does it meet Capital Endowment Fund or does it need to be rate funded?
Environmental Partnership Fund outcomes, similar to the existing fund, yes, it does. The biodiversity we'd have to check.
Right. Clear? Good. Victoria, last question.
We just seem to be swapping water out of buckets, money out of buckets. Is there any suggestion that these two should be rolled into one?
So the suggestion is the two grants come together. That would mean a rewrite of the terms of reference, because one is for private land, one is for public land.
So I've got to leave it the way it is. Okay.
But you also said that the first one was for private land as well as adjacent land. So if it's as simple as private
Sorry,
land
it
and
was my
public land,
language.
Adjacent to public.
Sometimes it is adjacent. I was using the example of Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, where we have adjacent land sometimes, private land and public land, so you have to work on the issue on both parcels.
One more.
but just so administratively it's
Now?
not viable to roll them into
No,
one.
this is it. Where the events one year. Let's have a break. Yeah.
So we're going to break now. After do that one. Oh,
We've done
that's
that one.
Okay.
Done this.
Righto. Everyone's happy.
Yep.
We will now have a break. Okay. How long do you want here?
Great idea. You want a break before?
Just, yeah.
Come back half past.
Yeah. Come back at 11:30, please. Took a wee bit longer, just it was a really nice cup of coffee and time to have a yarn. So here we go again. Fire away, please, Pete.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome back. So just on the Arts Centre, we did have a bit of a discussion. We've got sort of the framework of something we can shape up and bring back on Thursday for the Arts Centre. Yes, because we said we'd come back after the break. We've looked at it, but we just need to give it a little more rigour and form, so we'll be back on Thursday with that. The events ecosystem. Now, what we thought would be quite useful is if we were able to share with you, give some insight into what actually gets funded for events across the various sort of organisations and where that money is going. So look, in total, if I start at the bottom, there's just on 15 million is given out, and you can see it there, the recreation, sport and event per annum, and I'll just use the 24-25 column, 630, Christchurch NZ 520, events funding administered and delivered by the council itself 3.42, the Christchurch NZ 600 out of the Capital Endowment Fund. Venues Otatahi gets really three lots, and I'll explain it. It gets an operational or management services grant of 3.25, capital grant of 4.65, and that subvention credit payment down the bottom of 2 million. And we put that in there because events is its business. So that is the sort of a bit of a one page of what is funding events, but there may be some questions, Your Worship, which we can.
Yeah, we've got Sarah, then Victoria.
Thanks so much. I guess the one thing that I can't see here is what the current level of funding is, just the future stuff that's in the LTP. It would have just been quite useful.
All right.
And if I had it earlier, I'd have asked ahead of time,
yes,
kind of thing,
right,
to have a FY 23-24 for comparison, because there's been the concerns about cuts to funding, if you like. So it's about,
yes,
about the difference rather than necessarily the volume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah, I think I've got a question that's come through that I need to respond to, Sarah, which clarifies exactly that in terms of how much, so I'll do that.
Okay, Victoria, please.
Thank you, Sarah. That was one of the questions I was going to ask. The second one I've got is around VO. I understand the capital grant because we own the assets and the buildings.
No.
But I'm less certain about the management services grant. I thought this was an organisation that could clean its own face.
Just to clarify, they do own the facilities. VO own the facilities that they operate.
Okay. They own the facilities. So that aside, facilities aside, and capital grant aside, why is there a management services grant? I thought they were operating within their own fiscal envelope. Why are we propping that up?
No, they've as long as I can remember, they have not operated. They've always been subsidised, and they have been subsidised through that subvention credit payment and also through that sort of rate funded services grant. They have had a target to try and get to back to break even, but they haven't managed to do that yet.
So what is that target? What does it look like, and when are they meant to be breaking even by, please?
I don't know that.
Have they made any progress?
I don't know that either. So I don't know the figures, but we can look back. They used to be in-house for a period, and then they went back out. So they've had a disrupted period post-earthquake.
Earthquake and COVID.
Any more questions? Yanni, please.
Yeah, just the turf. Are we like, have we thought about offsetting the cost from the turf with like a turf levy on a ticket?
Money off them.
Maybe to help recover some of the costs.
the event out of the 15 frickin' million they get. Sorry, Andrew.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing has been included in the fee schedule for that in this LTP.
Right. So the turf farm that we're buying, or the land, or what's the total cost of that?
That we're not buying land. It'll be long term. It'll be done on existing council land. So there's no land purchase as such. Those costs are based on the business case estimate of how many events they will host in the cut down mode, where it is possible that there could be damage to the turf.
Yeah.
The reality is, once we learn how it operates, that may well reduce.
Right. Okay.
We're protecting ourselves essentially.
Cool.
Just for clarity's purposes, I was interested in that Te Kai turf bit being this in the events funding picture. Does this come out of an events pot or budget, or does this come out of parks operational?
Sorry, which bit are you talking
Te
about?
Kai turf, that line?
That will sit in the parks budget.
Okay.
The turf.
But it supports events. That's why it's
The
in this.
services associated to turf for Te Kaha will be delivered by the Parks Unit, as they are now for Apollo Stadium.
Okay.
Great answer. Samuel?
Yeah, just around the subvention credit payment, what is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's the way they've calculated their tax. They incur the liability on their balance sheet, so there's a commitment to pay that deferred tax. So they have an arrangement with council that the subvention credit actually goes back to them.
So does that mean that so just so I'm clear with VO, the management service agreement is the subsidy for running VO, but the capital grant is the cost of repairing the buildings and things like that?
That's correct. The capital grant is, yes, that's
So
right.
the 2 mil subvention credit, what is that used for?
In the past, it's been used to repay loan that council's given to
right,
VO.
okay.
Yep.
Oh, so is this part of that one we structured a year or two ago? Is it that one to pay down the Lancaster Park? Yeah. Okay, cool. No, that's great. Well, okay.
It's not really part of the events.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah. Okay.
Andre and then Aaron.
They don't all.
Thank you. Just with Councillor Templeton's question, the way I'm reading this is, so the advice we had was funding of 2 million was included in the last annual plan for the event ecosystem. What I'm seeing here is 520, second from the top, then 600 further down for event ecosystem funding. So that to me would suggest an effective $900,000 cut on previous years. Is that about right?
Nige might have more accurate position. No, this financial year has a lump sum for the ecosystem in this year.
So can you point us to where?
It's not on. That's in this current financial year. Nige, do you know the number? It's about 1 point. The ecosystem funding.
For the 1 year funding.
It's printed in the plan. I can find it in the.
So what was provided to us in February was funding of
Nigel-
2.05 million was
Nigel will be able
included.
to answer.
Nigel's got it. Mate.
Yeah, so it's not on the board, but there's $1.9 million that's currently on budget. I think what to go through for
That's
the
good.
entire thing. Yeah.
So this year it was 1.9,
And for one-off.
one-off year.
Okay. So that's an effective cut of 800,000 on the previous year. So what we've got this year is 1.9, and what I'm seeing here is 600 plus 520.
No, I think in terms of what we need to go back to the early ones, which talks about the money that was added to the budget as a one-off in last year's annual plan, and this is reverting back to the position prior to that. And I think that's part of Councillor Templeton's question before about what was on last year's budget, so we can work out what was increased for that one-off year and where it is now.
In which case, having the 2 years then, but if we've just had a one-off year, it would be good to know what was the previous year, so our normal state. Yeah.
So it's just, I'm getting a bit confused. So 2 years ago, it was more or less this. And then last year we had a lump.
Of 1 point.
Yeah. The previous year before the lump was very similar to this.
Thank you.
So Christchurch NZ have been receiving about 520 and 600 year on year, except this year where they had the bump.
And just,
The ecosystem
just to be clear, there's also money in their core grant of 13 point whatever you, that a proportion of that they spend on events.
Yep, that funds the event team that transferred across and some of the business events.
So and that's not quantified in the Christchurch NZ events funding for the lump sum because we haven't been able to quantify it. But there is a team and overheads funding within the 13.9 as well.
Cool. So yeah, it'd be good to get the 22-23 year. Yeah. But yeah, for comparison's sake, yeah, about 800,000 or 900,000 less than the year prior.
Okay. Sam, please.
Yeah, probably just getting a wee bit of info around, because I agree. I mean, this is really useful to see the funding mechanisms, but you're quite right. There's a substantial amount of money that goes to Christchurch NZ every year, sort of in their allocation or their vote. What of that is, they must have an internal budget around event bidding as well, I would assume.
I think it's event staff. It's a staff and the council. When we formed Christchurch NZ, it was formed out of Christchurch City Marketing, CDC, Canterbury Development Marketing, and major events team out of Christchurch City Council. And so that funding that went across came from those two, Christchurch Marketing, CDC, and also from Council Major Events Team across to form their core funding. It
would be good to understand from them, though, what portion of that budget actually goes to events. That really worries me, that we're giving 13 or 14 mil. I had the impression there was a budget within that 13 or 14 mil that was used for
so did I
as well, which makes it even worse if that's yes.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, it would be, if they've got a budget of 520 grand for event funding a year, it would be most unusual to have an overhead of more than that administering that event funding. It just doesn't quite make sense.
They'll be giving advice and support and marketing. It won't only be administering the grant funding.
Sorry, to be clear, they have 1.1 million. 600 of it is capital endowment funding, and 500 comes out of the shared grant funding.
Right.
And they also
have
operational funding within their base funding.
So here's a wee question for me, because we're ripping the living daylights out of the CEF fund. Should we take that?
We'll try and get as much info as we can for you.
Yeah, it would be good just to understand holistically what the events,
their part,
what within their budget actually relates to bidding for events, in terms of the money going out for the bids. And maybe there's nothing. I always had the impression there was, but maybe
it's
I'm
about
wrong.
1.1, I think. Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, so just on the grants to to VO, do they are they still carrying a debt from Jade Stadium / Lancaster Park that they got nursed with when they first set up, that they've still got?
Yes.
No.
And is that still there, and is this offsetting that? Yeah, it was a considerable amount. Is that still there?
It looks, looking at their balance sheet, it looks like there is a small amount still there, but a significant amount appeared to have been repaid a couple of years ago. But
it would be quite good to get just a clear number for transparency for the public on what, because there's all these different ones that VO get, that there's the cost per year is this amount, just
of VO.
Rates money. This amount goes in, like VO has a massive turnover beyond that because they charge everyone and sell pies and all sorts of stuff. But the amount of rates that go on, it would be really good to just have that slightly clearer, because you've got your management services grant and you've got a capital grant and you've got your
So that's those are all rate fund. Well, the capital's debt funded, but they're all that sum is funded by rates, isn't it?
Yeah. So that management services grant is a rate funded line.
So we can put a total in that table for future, but it's 7.9 million for year one.
Yeah. And then, because what the public don't understand also is then, are they hiring any of those premises, or no, they're just looking after those premises, the premises on, do you know what I mean? Like if I
They-
go and
they-
hire a
they
building to
operate with
run
a
an
mix.
event.
They own some of the assets and they have
Yep.
management services for some. For example, Hagley Oval, they have a management service agreement for the pavilion with the trust, but they own the town hall, for example.
Right, right. It's just, yeah, it's just for, because, I mean, everyone loves events and we can see the price of them and stuff up there, but I've gone to events before in town and counted up the number of people, then worked out the subsidy of the event, and you're standing around people at a free event, you're going, okay, you're $260 a head at this free event, and you're kind of going, how valuable is that? If we gave out petrol vouchers for $260, people would get quite excited. So we need to be mindful of that all the time, but they all cost money. They feel good. Everyone loves them, but
Can I just clarify, this is not unusual for events.
Hang on, guys, hang on.
This is not unusual
for
for
libraries, yep, you're right.
Oi.
I was going to say it's not unusual for events companies of councils. So ATED is the same, it received subsidies. So they are not things that operate generally at a profit.
The venues aren't.
Yeah, the venue and events organisations of local authorities or in cities, they are the ones across country are generally subsidised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like a swimming pool and a library, but there are privately owned swimming pools that don't get council money, and there are venues like Black Barn up in Hawke's Bay, for anyone that's been there, sensational venue.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's council funded.
Moving
So
right
there's a
along.
whole heap of, I mean, okay.
Thank you, Aaron. Victoria?
Thank you. Just picking up on the tail end of Councillor Kewen there, you've referenced Auckland Council. Do all our other councils in New Zealand operate events management companies like we do?
Look, I don't know recent figure. I know it from the past, so I could. Nigel, do you know how many of the councils actually operate?
I think there's some different structures around the country, but it's probably easier to take away and bring back the advice about the way that they've set it, whether they're just managing the facilities or whether they're delivering the events or whether they're doing both.
Yeah, I'm just conscious of the workload at the moment during the long-term plan. It's something that, as a new council, I'd quite keen to understand that at some stage, but maybe not for this conversation.
They all change so rapidly too, so we can get you information at some point.
Yeah, but it's not urgent. The other questions I've got is, I'm aware that VO have got reserves. They've been quite open about that. Have the reserves been factored into here in any way, shape or form, recognising the cost of living crisis that we're in and the trying to get rates down?
I can give part of the answer to that. You may recall, and it was in the consultation document, that VO said that they will be able to bid funding for the first 2 years of the LTP out of that reserve.
I think this is very good. There'll be some councillors here that have never seen all the numbers like this, so it's actually very, very clear.
So my third question, my last one, picking up on the conversations from Councillor McDonald and from you, Mary, around the portion of funding going to events for CNZ. You'd mentioned that you haven't been able to quantify in their operational base grant funding how much is applied to events. Have you asked for that information from them?
So you asked, didn't you, Andrew?
Yeah, the initial response is that they would rather not tag how much they put on events, but that the board make decisions based on what's best for Christchurch. So they haven't come back and given us any figures.
Sorry, Andrew, can we ask them for that? Because they do.
I can ask again, yep.
Okay. Alrighty.
Your Worship,
Carry on.
there is a little bit more, but it really is just where the what the mayoral, deputy mayoral recommendation was and the staff advice and the submission feedback. So that first slide was to get, and happy to take more questions, but was to try and give a bit of a snapshot of the money that's going into events one way and another. But here you are. So the majority of submitters preferred no further funding for events, and that they many of them saw it as a nice to have when households are under financial pressure. The first mayoral recommendation was additional funding, and again, if I just use the first year, 1.5 million, which had a 0.22% increase. The modified one is 1.2, which has a rate effect of 0.17. And I don't know if anyone wants the rationale explained, but that 300,000 sort of got transferred back to the biodiversity and the environmental partnership fund. It was really a transfer. And staff advice remains as per the draft LTP, no further funding for years 1 to 3. And then pick it up as put out in the draft long-term plan out in financial year 27-28. So happy to take questions.
Tim? Yeah, doesn't happen very often. No. Yanni and then Celeste.
I guess one of the things that
Andre, you had your hand up as well, sorry, earlier on. Yeah, okay.
One of the things I struggle with is there's events that do really well and make lots of money, and we're still being asked to give them contributions. I just don't quite understand, like, the logic behind some of that stuff. So Black Clash is one where rugby and cricket play, and you know why do we? It can stand on its own 2 feet. It's
Nigel.
Good call. Good call. Yep.
Certainly, as you go through with events, until you're bidding against other cities around New Zealand to attract them to the city, so therefore you need to have a subvention fund or a bidding fund to be able to attract them to the city. And they take into account of how much they make. So the likes of the event you referenced, the Black Clash, we're in competition against other cities to bring them to Christchurch. So we need to bid to attract them.
But sorry, why do we want that event? Like, what does it do for us as a city compared to how otherwise we could spend that money on something new or city identity?
Yeah, certainly when we go through, so that when we bid for those types of events, we're looking at the return on investment we get. So in terms of what we have for the major events that have been brought to the city, for every dollar that's spent by council on attracting that, there's an $11 spend in the community based on accommodation nights, and that's part of the research they do. So when we're attracting events and choosing which ones to bid for, in terms of the return on investment is one of those considerations.
Okay, thank you. We had Andre and then Celeste on lunch.
Thank you. Just picking up on the top points, so the public were asked that support further funding for events. What the public weren't asked, they support a cut on the previous year or less events going forward than what we've had in the previous year. If they were asked a different question, you probably would have got quite a different answer. But some of the feedback we got in submissions as well is we don't necessarily support funding to bid for major events, but we support money going into community events. And you may recall in the hearings I asked, would that have changed your submission? They said, well, yeah, it would have if we knew we were talking about community events as well. So just to be clear on that point, what would be good to understand? Oh, and for example, like we've got a list of events that our current funding would not leave any money left to bid for, and it's commercially sensitive. We can't start naming the events one by one, but if they're put in front of the public, I think they'd be pretty pissed off. It would be good to understand the 1.2. Is that to go to venue, CNZ? Is it all going to one split amongst others? What was I remember you talking the other day about it.
It's Nigel, tell me. Won't you, Nigel? Please.
Depending on where it came to, we'd work through how that's sat. So in terms of, obviously, the business events have a large return on investment. In terms of so do the community events, and as we work our way through. The other option would be to talk through whether it was divided between Christchurch and Z venues, taking the Christchurch City Council community events. I don't think that had been landed on yet.
Yeah, that was my impression, that it got divided by the 3 people that were in the events ecosystem.
So when you say divided by 3, you mean CNZ, venues and the Events and Festivals Fund?
No,
fee-based.
To Nigel, more or less.
So to Nigel, which may go to events, festivals, or may go to city identity type events.
So just to clarify, if it came to the Rec and Sport and events team to decide where that money went, we would talk to each partner as VO and Christchurch and Z, but based on what we'd seen before, we would like to, the recommendation back to the Mayor would be that community events got a third of it, in terms of some of it went to the business events because of the high return on investment, and the remainder went to the major events fund.
It's worked well in the past, and they really know what they're doing.
And that would allow us to complement each event that we're doing, whether it's the community event city identity fund, or whether it's in terms of the major event, or whether it's the business event, and work as that ecosystem.
Those those amounts on each of the 3 years, are we possibly able to get to us what the proposed split would be?
Yeah, just that 4.5. I said that last week. I overread myself a bit there.
Yes, you had that discussion. But of those 3 years, it'd be good to understand what the proposed split would be for those 3 years and what's going where. Because
We'll come back.
yeah, because I would need that before Friday if any amendments are being made. So we need to know what is being proposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, Celeste, please.
Yeah, my question was the same as Andre's, is around the total split and getting that information. Thanks.
Tim?
I mean, just with that split, could we, isn't that a wee bit fluid? Because I don't know, it's just, with the opportunity arising, because in the past, Nigel, if I'm right, if say whether it's VO or CNZ or whoever, there's an opportunity like Sale GP or something, or the U2 or whatever, if that's isn't it a wee bit fluid?
We'll come back with advice on Thursday.
Okay.
Just one more thing. Just a couple of comments. Events really give a city a culture, irrelevant whether you like, clog dancing or, like heavy metal. It's irrelevant what it is. It is actually important to everybody. And I remember after the earthquake, the first 2 bands we got back in Christchurch, the 9 Inch Nails and Queens of the Stone Age. Now, that was so electric for the young people going there, and it was absolutely kicked out of the park. But there were a lot of people that wouldn't have gone and be asking the question, why the hell are they here? So it's so important that we put our own personal loves aside and look at the culture as a whole.
And that's what that team's good at. Yep. Victoria? And then we're having lunch.
Please dial back a slide. That one. Just at the risk of asking the obvious question, is this 1.2 that's in the revised Mayor's rec additional funding to what we've got in there, and it goes in the events ecosystem line, which is currently blank?
Yes, it's additional to.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
it's
it wouldn't go. It's not going to Christchurch NZ. Is the suggestion?
No, but it's not. It's not listed on that table.
No, but it will be going into the events ecosystem funding, and it's additional to the 600k and the 520k, which is on this list.
Nigel's going to come back with options for where it could go.
Yeah, understand that.
Doesn't
But it's events ecosystem, and it doesn't change any of what's on there for CNZ. That's
So what you're asking is it on top of the 15 million? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so righto, we're done. We are now at 10 past 12, so 10 past 1, please. 1:15 sounds, because Pauline has trouble reading her watch. Get back into it. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Enui o te ahi ahi, everybody. So we are here now, and the heritage rate into the general rate, and I'll hand over to Russell to work us through that.
Thanks very much, Bede, and good afternoon, everyone. So just for a bit of context, I thought we actually have 3 heritage rates. We have a special heritage rate called Art Centre, and that's to fund $5.5 million over 3 years and recover the cost over 10 years. We have a special heritage rates Cathedral, and the purpose of that was to fund $10 million grant supporting the restoration of the Anglican Cathedral. And we have a heritage targeted rate, and the purpose of that was to fund $23.5 million towards the Canterbury Museum and planned expenditure of another $53.5 million for the provincial chambers, the old municipal chambers, and the Robert McDougall Gallery. This is the one that I'm dealing with this afternoon. As part of developing the LTP, staff were challenged to find savings, cost reductions in any which way we could, and this particular rate came into sight along those lines. So the proposal is, and staff recommendation is that the heritage rate be moved into the general rate because the timing of the rate repayments doesn't really align with the repayment of the loans. The repayment of the loans are over 30 years. The rate was at the front end, it was smaller to keep because there was rates increases in the year, and it was introduced in 2021-22. And so the suggestion is, one, we have a saving of 0.29% in year one, but also it aligns the expenditure of the repayment of the loans as the construction costs go. So some construction costs have already commenced, some have yet to commence. But like other capital projects, they're funded by debt over the term of when the construction starts. So that's what would happen in this space. So, as per staff advice, the rates reduction in the short term, rating in advance of debt servicing requirements, which isn't necessary. The rate doesn't represent all the heritage costs. So like I said, it's just those 4 buildings, no, not just, but it's those 4 significant buildings, but it's just for the capital costs. It doesn't cover the interest costs in that. So there's other heritage costs as well, and also including in the other 2 rates that I outlined. We had a number of questions that came through, and I won't read those out, but they were answered in the slide in front of you. So like I say, the staff advice is for simplification and for transparency, well, not pointing the wrong message in that this is for all heritage when it's not. So look, I'm happy to take any questions on this matter, Mr. Mayor.
Victoria.
So, can you help me understand the history of this? Is this another example of reinventing the wheel where we've previously had it as part of a general rate and then taken it out and done a targeted rate, and now we're putting it back in again? Is this another one of those?
I think, Russell, were you here? At the time it was seen as a good idea, but history's told us that it's not. Do you want to...
That's correct, Mary. At the time, it was seen, okay, let's put some money into those buildings that I outlined, the museum, the Robert McDougall, the municipal changes and the provincial building. Let's restore those and call it a targeted rate, a heritage targeted rate, and go with that. And the amounts were fixed, like 23.5 for the Canterbury Museum and 53.5 for those other 3 buildings. But it has, as well as presenting an opportunity to reduce rates in year one, look, to be honest, so far as the team goes, it is a complex thing to administer behind the scenes as well, because its structure is just so different to any other rate that we have.
So again, it just appears to be changing like the wind, and I think it would be helpful for us to understand what was the advice that was received at the time that we made the decision to make it a targeted rate, so that we can actually understand what has changed.
I think
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it wasn't in the general rate to start off with. It was a new rate that was started in 2021.
So Sam, you were here.
I think it might have been a public perception thing at the time, around potentially looking like we were doing something in a particular area.
But isn't it still a public perception thing?
To my memory, but we'll check, it wasn't staff
probably something about
advice
later.
at the time. Well, we didn't advise against it, it came from the floor of the council.
Yeah, might be
So
something.
there won't be a report on it to my memory, but we will search back.
Sam,
Oh, it was just more around, in terms of baking in as we currently had, it makes sense because I don't recall any submissions or anything on it. It was sort of, everyone just took it as makes sense to reincorporate it. So we probably don't want to spend too much time on it.
Andre, then Yanni.
I encourage Jake to jump in. I thought he made a very good point last week. It sort of was intended, it seems like it was intended a number of years ago to provide clarity, but it seems to have achieved the opposite. So, yeah, I support moving it to the general rate.
So generally, sorry, Yanni, you had a question.
Some of the submitters talked about looking at a levy. I just wondered if we've had any meetings with MPs around the idea of setting up a heritage levy, a bit like we've got for the museum, particularly for the provincial building, which is actually a regional facility. So it seems inherently unfair that we are tasked with finding the funding and having some sort of levy, and whether that could include the arts centre. So I know we won't be able to do that work for the LTP right now, but it does seem to me that that was something that people did raise, which would be quite sensible to look at going forward, if we could.
Okay. So just for my daft head, the heritage, the cathedral one's $10 million. We've practically collected it all, so that's sort of over and out to a certain extent. The arts centre one is 5.5 million, which we've already given them. So we've borrowed this money, and plus the 23 million for the museum. Is that, we've borrowed all this dough, and this is just repaying it. Is that, am I?
The 23 million, I think, or the amounts are going to be paid out over the next 3 years. It's sort of in 3 instalments in 25, 26 and 27, and I think it's slightly more than that now, isn't it?
Yes, the costs have increased a bit, so we're probably looking around 27 million at this point over the next 3 years. Yeah.
Sorry, now this is where I'm... The 23 mil for heritage stuff, it will... When we need it, we'll borrow it. We haven't borrowed it yet.
Correct. As we
but the targeted rate is in tow now, quietly building up a reserve or whatever.
Well, that's correct. I mean, in the first year, I think it was to keep rates down. It was a small amount, around about $70,000. I just can't put my hand on the piece of paper I'd like. So it wasn't, and then built up over time. So the current year, it's about 2.6 million, and it will continue like that for the next 27 years to collect the $77 million in total that we will collect. Yeah.
Okay. So
but we borrow it as we need it.
As you need it. Yes. Yeah, but the targeted rate is in train now.
Correct.
Right. Can you just go back to the previous page, please? So if we do this, it's just for everyone out there watching it, is $2.03 million a year. Is that, if I got that right?
In the current year, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just the current year.
So over time, of course, you know, that the costs of repaying the loan and with the targeted rate would catch up, but certainly in the proposed year, year one of the LTP, there's a saving of $2 million or 0.29% of rates. Yeah.
Sorry, this is where I'm getting. This is where I'm getting confused.
So you
shut up. Is that what you're telling me to do, Sam?
Can I?
I'm just trying to make it for other people like me out there, Sam.
Well, what happens is when we borrow under the general rate, we borrow as we need to borrow, And so the borrowing, for instance, hasn't arisen for some of the purposes of that
Correct.
heritage rate.
Yep.
But if we stick with the heritage rate, then we're just collecting it as though that borrowing had occurred in effect.
Mm-hmm. And
so-
it'll quietly stockpile itself until one day that we do need it.
And then it will catch up. So
Yes.
over time, it will all level out, but right at the moment, because when we only rate when we borrow, because we haven't borrowed, we don't need to rate as much. So it's really just a timing difference in the first year or two. And then it, I think in year 3 or 4, is it sort of evens out. About 6 it evens out. So it catches itself up. It's a timing issue, and it came from staff being asked to look to find savings, and this is a saving in an early year when the rates were higher than in later years.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
So, a couple of quick things here. Firstly, because we've already spent some money on the Robert McDougall and our City Otautahi, and the museum's already underway, would it be fair to say that some of the current amount that we've collected, which isn't very much, will have been expended already?
Yeah, it has. That's
Yeah.
correct. Because it was also the municipal chambers.
Yeah, that's the
included.
OSA, our City
yes,
Otahi, yeah.
yes,
We're
yes.
in overdraft.
Yeah. Does it, because it sort of catches up and then we are effectively sort of saving some ahead of time for the provincial chambers, does that mean that we're likely to save interest costs in future years by saving for it now? Like, if you're rating for it a little bit ahead of time, you're likely to actually be saving on interest costs for the borrowing that you would do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through a strictly cash flow position, if you've got more than you've spent, then that's correct. But we've actually spent $18 million, well, counting this year, we'll spend about $10 million this year. We spent $8 million over the last 2 years, so about $18 million in total we've spent. The repayment of that is scheduled over 30 years, so yeah, currently it's sitting at about $600,000 for the first year of the long-term plan. Yeah.
Okay, and just the last one, if we fold this into the general rate, does it just mean that effectively the conditions on this one, which is what it is to be spent on, disappear, and that in the future there's no... So at the moment, because we collect it for specific purposes, it has to be applied to those purposes? Does it mean if we fold it in that it could be applied to other purposes?
So
if it's in there, it's in there. Yeah.
That's correct. So when it's a targeted rate, you can only spend it on those purposes. Understanding, of course, though, with the interest, so that's probably half the amount again is being paid for by the general rate as we speak.
But does
because of work that's already been commenced, so that's already in play. It would be when we come up to the museum redevelopment, we haven't started work payment on that yet, so because that's not already in train, there could be some discussion around that at a future point. But because work has already commenced on those other projects, then they're already locked in.
Did we make it clear to people during the consultation, and especially with heritage advocates, that if it was folded in, because we consulted on folding it in.
Correct.
But did we make it clear at the time what the consequences of that would be, and that these specific heritage builds may not be funded through this anymore?
No, it was more of a tidying process both for the rates and administration. There's no intent to not continue to do the work as this was initially signalled.
Thanks.
So they'll continue to be funded even if it gets rolled into general rate. That's what I think Sarah's saying. We don't want it to get lost.
We could choose.
It's the work that... Sorry, I threw you,
But
Mr.
we'll
Mayor.
save ourselves $2 million. Sorry, no, I butted in. No, Jake, you go, mate.
Thank you. Sarah's points actually spurred one in my own mind. I'm supportive of this, but I just want to make sure that there are no unintended consequences. How much of a barrier would removing this rate be if we didn't want to do these works? I.e., could any council in any year remove and abolish a rate at any time anyway? Therefore, there's not much stopping them in either sort of direction.
It's a good question, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, council can decide, to move rate, add a new rate, or remove one. But you'd consult with the public before going ahead and doing that. Like an LTP is the perfect time, but you could run a special process through an annual plan year but it's up to council to set rates.
And presumably, if we wanted to defer all of these projects or completely bump them off the capital list, we would have to consult on that anyway.
Absolutely, but understand that 3 out of the 4 projects have already commenced. So.
I know in this instance it's...
Okay, sure, yep.
Yeah, it's just essentially it's just to follow up on Yanni's point around a bigger area rate like a Greater Christchurch rate that should include the heritage items that are of Canterbury value, provincial chambers, the arts centre. If anything happens to the cathedral in the future, which requires more, then that would be in there. But obviously the OPEX are Te Kaha, so that we need a Greater Christchurch rate. So thank you for agreeing to bring that up at the Mayoral Forum, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Mayor's just asking Bruce a question, so someone please ask a question to use up some time. Come on. We're just getting a bit of clarity down the back there.
Just following on from what Aaron just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's all about you guys, you know. The Greater Christchurch rate, maybe that's not a silly idea.
Andre.
I just thought if neighbours don't want to pay for a new stadium, I can't understand they'll be keen to jump on paying for 100-year-old buildings, but I'm keen to be proven wrong. Very keen to be.
They're their buildings too,
yeah.
and the same in Arana Park. I mean, there's a number of things that the Greater Christchurch rate. We've got to have the discussion. It's got to come in. Yeah. No, we need MPs to overwrite it. Then
Local Members Bill, Act of Parliament. We should have done this years ago. Don't know why we haven't. Just need to get on with it. You know, if we'd put a levy like we did with the museum and the Arts Centre bill, we wouldn't be having this conversation now, right?
It's because we're an inclusive city. We want to include our neighbours in paying the bills.
No, but Mary's just actually asking a question that I asked a question of. So, oh, good.
It's a time.
If I'd asked a question, Sam would look at me as I was some sort of daft ass. And
we're only saving it in that year. We're not saving it overall.
Right.
It's a timing issue.
Yeah.
So it's a timing issue because we're
ahead of us.
Because the heritage rate collects around about $2.6 million. But if it's under the general rate, we only have to fund the borrowings that have been made, and that's around about $600,000.
Cool. So that's where that number.
That's where that comes in. But of course, eventually the money has to be repaid. So under the general rate, it will go on a bit longer, and so on. So that's why you save in year one. So you.
So it's just re-spreading it across different years.
Is everyone generally happy with the recommendation? Yeah.
I'll just get clarity on
quickly, Russell, write that down.
We just got told. So effectively in the long run, this costs us more.
No, there are 3 years.
No, because we're collecting, say we collect $2.6 million a year. If we just, the sooner we collect the heritage money, presumably the sooner we can pay for the costs that we're incurring. If we're using the general rate, we're only rating for the borrowing cost. So over time, that will be a lot more.
No, it is still the same amount that you're borrowing, but as a responsible council, you shouldn't be collecting for money you're not spending. I think we learned that lesson in day one.
That's not the point, right? The point is whether we collect for borrowing or whether we collect for spending. We're currently collecting for spending. What the going into the general rate does is put it collecting for borrow. Is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Russell.
We are collecting the rates for the borrowing of the amount to do the spending. So this rate only pays the principal portion of that borrowing, up to 77 million. That interest portion of that borrowing is being paid for by the general rate as we speak.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Right, next one, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next one is, again, a rates matter. You'll be pleased to hear. It's incorporating the travel rate into effectively the uniform annual general charge. The rate, just for a bit of history, was set up in the 2013-2016 3-year plan. So the intent here, and when it was set up, it was to fund, we've got it set out in the questions, was to fund active travel with, so at that time there was an active travel area within council, or a team within council. We don't have that now, but initially it was set up to fund over a 5-year program key cycleway projects, and they were listed out. It's a charge of $20 per ratepayer. So the proposal is to, just for tidiness and again transparency, because we're spending a different amount than this on active travel, is to incorporate that into the uniform annual general charge and remove this rate from the rating notice.
Okay. Aaron, question?
Just a little bit of clarification. It was to raise, that $20 a year per household was to raise $68 million, which was the entire cost of the cycleways network and the head-to-head walkway.
Inflation.
So it was collecting for that, and yeah, and then over design, and then and it was to be designed within 5 years.
Actually, staff were super clear at the time that it would only pay for half the cycleways, and someone in the chamber said, well, we should just do it all for that cost anyway, even though staff advice was that you couldn't. So.
Well, it was staff advice that come up with the number of $68 million.
Thank you, everybody. Has anyone else got any question? Now, has anyone got an allergic reaction to what Russell's suggesting? Why?
Yeah.
I don't think we should be increasing the uniform annual general charge. I think if we were going to fold it in, I would prefer actually just to get rid of it, because then at least the equity thing, where things were spread across the general rate for actually building the infrastructure, would be fairer.
So how much money would it save if we got rid of it altogether? Right.
And just funded this through general rate.
No? No. It was just a way that staff had come to us on a way to do some housekeeping and tidy things up. What is our uniform annual general charge compared to other cities roughly? Do you know?
So through you, Mr. Yeah, it's a good question. Look, just off the top of my head, we're in the bottom third throughout the council. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Throughout the country.
Okay. Main centres.
Andrew?
This $20 a year?
Is what?
That's the amount? $20 a year?
38 cents a week.
We've got the information. It's $20 a year. It's either there or there. We should just put it to a vote, right?
Well, we can do that on the day.
No, it's a big difference because the 20, it's where the 20 goes.
Yeah.
Whether it goes on the UAGC or into the general rate, because that means that Phil will pay $46 this year, and going by where...
Yeah. We have two votes.
That's the difference.
Yeah, because you have 2 votes, change it or not change it, and if you're changing it, does it go there or there? Right, we've got the information, just...
We'll vote on day probably, but I'll let Jake have who had his hand
No,
up.
I was just going to say I'm loath to put up the UAGC, but I'm also really in favour of good housekeeping, so I'm prepared to set the debate on UAGC aside for 1 year, incorporate it, and then have a debate in a future year about what the appropriate amount of UAGC should be.
Through you.
Yeah.
No, this year I agree with you. I will take a cold shower.
Aaron, sorry, Russell.
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Mayor. So the rate collects within the order of, say, $3.6 million. So if we were to stop it as we are now and put it into the general rate, as opposed to putting it into the UAGC, that would see an increase in rates of about in the general rate about 0.5. Okay. That's right. Yeah. So it's going to change that mix.
Mm-hmm. So 0.5 increase. Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about... Oh, Aaron, sorry. Aaron Tyler.
Yeah, so what's been lost in this since 2013 is the head-to-head walkway. So an update on where that's at, because this was meant to fund the head-to-head walkway and the cycleway network, and that was put on by the then councillor for Banks Peninsula. Claudia Reid had pushed hard for that to be included, and it's a fantastic program for everyone that doesn't know about it, and it will be a great tourist attraction. I think it's a 3-day walk from one head to the other or something. Well, we need to know about the head-to-head walkway. We need an update at some point.
In what way? What do you need to know?
The thing is, if this gets folded in.
So is it finished?
So we'll
It's
bring
going
some
well.
advice. I think there's a report coming. I'm just checking.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Tyler, yeah.
I just wanted to check the flexibility of it. If we do fold it into the UAGC, does that cap what we spend on an annual basis over the long-term plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Now, the UAGC is effectively a split of the general rate. So it's all those items that council funds. We use the UAGC to identify that some things perhaps are spread on a household basis as opposed to a value basis.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So
it's the travel rate itself.
Yes.
So for example, if you're putting away $20 a head within the UAGC, does that cap what we put in on an annual basis into the rates?
No, because it's going to form part of the UAGC. Would be $20. It would just go up by $20.
So for example, if it was in 3 years or next year actually, if it was council's appetite to up the active travel rate, would that then bring up the UAGC or would that bring up the general rate?
No, it depends how you want to fund it. So rather than looking at the funding mechanism, look at the work you want to do and then determine what's the best way to do that. Is it best to charge it on a per household basis, or is it better to charge it like the majority of the general rate on the capital basis for across? So it depends on how you would.
So regardless, it's still flexible in terms of
Yeah, for
investment,
sure.
capital investment. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think part of what we're proposing here is making it assumes or gives the impression that that's how much is being spent on active travel, whether it is or not.
Cool.
So that's right. It's significantly more.
But everyone because I'm throwing my 5 bobs with it, putting it on a UAGC, everyone either uses a bus or a bike or walks or whatever, and that's for everyone. It's not just for some people to pay for it if it went into the general rate. So it just spread everyone. It's even. That's the only way I'm sort of looking at it. Okay, so are we bringing this up as a debate on the day, or we chuck it in the Mayor's Rex?
Yep. Yeah. Mayor's Rex.
Mayor's Rex, righto. Thank you.
So we
Be a surprise on the day.
Well, in other words, it's a debate. Not put it in UAGC. Put it in UAGC.
Thank you.
But what do we do with the money that we're collecting anyway? Okay.
All right, so Your Worship, sort of moving along a bit to the communication and engagement. So Q&A from previous information sessions, and welcome Katie.
Kia ora koutou. Here to provide you with a little bit more detail around proposed changes to level of service 4.1.9. Do we move on? Yep. So up there we have the current description. There's 2 proposed changes to this level of service. The first is in its description. Up there you see the current description of the level of service. It's internally focused around advice and support. At the bottom in brackets you can see what we're actually measuring, participation and contribution to decision making, but it's entirely couched in terms of internal advice. And rather than sort of focused on our citizen experience. Worth noting at this point that this is measured by how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the opportunities to have your say, and how satisfied or dissatisfied are you that the council's decision making processes are easy to use and engage with. So we propose that it would be better and more consistent with other levels of service to rewrite this focused on citizen experience, as you see out there, opportunities for residents to give feedback and engage with council decision-making processes. So our rationale for this one, obviously, is to reference that citizen experience rather than internal advice. It makes it more consistent with other levels of service that we have across the organisation that are customer-focused. And obviously it reflects the fact that citizen experience is made up of multiple engagement points. Communications and engagement, advice and support is one of those points, but obviously the full picture is up there on the screen. And we want to be able to capture that. So what we currently measure, satisfaction and understanding. You can see there level of service 4.1.9 is measured on satisfaction or dissatisfaction of opportunities to have your say, and decision-making processes are easy to use and engage with. We also have another level of service, 4.1.18, for a comparison for you. Now that's focused on understanding of decision-making, and that's a agree, disagree, and a satisfied or dissatisfied. A useful comparison at this point is Wellington. They are the only ones, council, which has a strong correlation in talking about satisfaction with decision making. We've checked out other councils and they do variations of that, but Wellington comes the closest. However, you'll note with interest there that they talk about opportunity. I believe I have the opportunity to participate, adequate opportunities to have my say, understand how council makes decisions, and decisions made in the best interests of the city. So in terms of what we're doing, thank you, things we're doing a little bit differently. So what we have seen is a significant increase in early engagement on plans before formal consultation. So in 2021 we did this with 3 projects. This really kicked off after 2022 with the Briggs, Marshans-Briggs intersection, following advice from Council. And now it's just a sort of like a more of a matter of course. And by early engagement, what that means is talking early with affected residents and key stakeholders to put their feedback into the plan before it goes out for formal consultation. We've also made significant improvements in our consultation information and material available to residents. Right from the beginning, we're introducing you as decision makers so that submitters can see who will be making the decisions. We're linking to the decision-making video and communications back to submitters so they can actually see the discussion leading up to the decision being made and the actual decision being made. We have a better understanding of demographics, not full, but better. We're now asking the questions as part of our consultations, and that enables us to hear not only who we are hearing from, or find out who we're hearing from, but also who we aren't hearing from, and enabling us to target that a little bit more. We have more use of translation in our consultations and engagement. We have a far superior online experience, but that is not at the expense of hard copy, and we are making more use of library displays for engagements and targeted flyer drops, and you can see a wee picture there of one of the library displays. Thank you. Just as an example of some of that online engagement platform, on Waltham Playground there you have a new interactive map. It's positioned with an aerial photograph, so it's easy to see where it is. You drop a pin, you can go in and investigate each of those features in the playground. Compare Lancaster Park, which was on our old site. It's an old static map, up to you to how to interpret that. So, early signs, we're making some progress. So volume of submissions and consultation, just for your information there, you can see 2021 we did 49, 2022 similar number. Obviously we had Te Kaha as part of that, and that certainly beefed up the submission numbers somewhat. 2023 we had 88. What you can see though is a steady increase there in submissions received. Average there per consultation now sits at 282. Now we're also doing a submitter survey at the end of consultations when we invite the submitters to provide feedback, focused specifically on, sorry it's too far away for me to be able to read. Focus on the satisfaction with overall submission process, information provided, and was it easy to find project information. Now, admittedly, this is in low numbers. It started back in 2022, but you can see we are travelling in the right direction. As part of that survey, we also ask, did they feel like their feedback was taken into account by decision makers there? You can see that there's a fair number that strongly agree, though there is a strong correlation there between whether or not they think their feedback's been taken into account and what the outcome of the decision was. So then, in terms of the proposed change to target, currently the target is described as previous year's resident survey results +1. This is how it was in our previous activity management plan and how it currently sits in our draft activity management plan for this LTP. So the 2023 resident survey result was 29%. That means that the target for 2024 was 30%. We didn't achieve that. 2025 target will therefore be 29%. 2026 target is currently up in the air based on the resident survey results. It could go up, but it could also go down. So our recommendation for change here is to set a target of at least 28%. And our rationale for doing that is it sets a baseline. 28% is the average result from the last 5 years, and it shows our ongoing commitment to improvement, achieving at least 28% rather than fluctuating based on previous year's results +1.
Good. Victoria.
Thank you. I think this arose out of my question when it came to the table a week or so ago. It still doesn't make sense because in the early part of the presentation you've said the early signs are that we are making progress, and yet it's on one hand, and on the other you're dropping your level of service. So either you've got confidence in how we are tracking or you don't. I'm struggling to reconcile how we can be doing that and dropping the level of service when you've just told us that actually we're getting better at this.
We're not proposing to drop the level of service. At the moment we have a floating level of service. So it is entirely based on previous year's resident survey results +1. So for example, in a year that we might really do poorly and achieve 25% or 26%, our target then becomes 27%. What we're simply saying is we would like it to stabilise at least 28%, and then with the commitment that we've got there, showing that we are doing what we can to achieve a good outcome, we're hopeful to achieve better than that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be realistic for us, based on the fact that we are to go much higher than 28%, based on the fact that we haven't been able to achieve that for the last 5 years, despite what we're trending. Because it is a resident survey result, and what we're seeing with our small submitted survey result is a much smaller sample size.
I think that's why you're communications professionals, because it's almost as if we're just changing the narrative a little bit. I still see it as dropping it, and yeah, I've got trouble. I've got issues with it. I'm sorry. I think we should be continuing to strive to be better all of the time, and the way to do that is to continue with the +1.
No, I think it's just re-levelling and setting a bottom line rather than going
up
so,
and up.
so
and
our
up.
minimum now is
28%.
28%.
At the moment, I don't have a minimum. We don't have a minimum for this level of service. What we're putting there is that we will have a minimum of 28%.
But we should still be aiming higher all the time and having the level of service.
Thanks so much. I really like the Wellington wording, the opportunity to have your say. So when you're looking at these percentages here, is that percentages based on a potential new wording?
We are
so it'd be hard, like we'll go through a couple
that.
of years where it's
Because
so I'd be in favour.
Quite difficult to. They do achieve a higher result, but you could speculate that is because it's about opportunity. And most other councils do talk in terms of opportunity to have your say and numbers of consultations as opposed to satisfaction and dissatisfaction. But there's obviously something aspirational about making sure that you want people to be satisfied with the experience. But most other councils will track this as opportunity rather than satisfaction.
Because I think that there's value in some ways measuring both. So people recognise that they have the opportunity, and I would think that the baseline for that is probably likely higher than a current satisfaction, if you like, with the result. I would hope. Yeah, and so there's probably value in doing that work in Wellington. Because they've got opportunity, and then kind of a satisfaction-y type wording.
So that's something that we could look to talk further with Kathy Jamison and the reporting and monitoring.
Yeah. So I'd be in favour of making that change.
Right, we've got a few here. Aaron, please.
Yeah, so mine's a little on the how we're engaging and getting the results, because we talked during the lead into the LTP around using Christchurch media, which is a video form. And video is the growth industry. All the other media are going down in numbers. Video keeps going up. And so it seems to be the way to engage, because you can get so much more information in, and we're still not doing it, and we're still getting the same survey results. And I agree with Vic, we should still be doing the get better every year. It should always be the goal in everything we do, 28, 29, 30, whatever. None of them are a high start mark, so it's not too hard to get better. I don't think it's putting too much pressure on a 1% gain. But so how do we go about changing how we engage, because we should be using more video?
So that's certainly something that our new platform makes a lot easier for us, and that's something that we are.
Which platform is that?
That's a new online engagement platform.
Okay, so the problem with that is that it is only people who are already engaging with council are doing it. Like even with the 0.01% of the population who come in and did a verbal submission, a good percentage of them don't know how council work and what we do, and they're our most engaged people. So therefore the other 99.9% of people aren't, and something like one of our staff professionals explaining why a pump's being changed on a road or explaining the sewage fund or the mayor fronting something has a way bigger impact than a full page ad in any print media or a sign on the road. It just works. And you can have little graphics, donut graphs, the whole lot.
Okay, thank you. Sam?
Yeah, it's probably to the second point around the resident satisfaction number, and I'd be interested in, I don't know whether it's, Katie, you might be able to kick it off, and Peter, if you've got anything to add. Where I'm trying to get to is, I agree with the sentiment that we should be ambitious with the target, so I wouldn't be that keen to have a fixed number. I'd like to see it increasing. But I just wondered, at the level of increase each year, or that plus 1%, if it was plus 2%, what kind of behaviour or what kind of information would be presented that helps guide lifting that resident satisfaction for us? Because I mean, I qualify that if it helps by saying when we set levels of service, it's effectively to drive a certain investment type of decision or a service we provide within the council. This is kind of no different, and that if this is really our priority, if we were lifting that substantially, what would that look like? So, do you want to touch on that?
Do you want to go first?
Well, I guess it's useful to consider it in the full picture. So all of these factors will come into driving a change. It would also look what we ask is also going to factor into it. I'm afraid I'm not. Yeah.
I might be able to chip in here. Normally these questions are about something very specific. Water leaks, noise complaint, what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
Engagement is a very broad concept. It falls across all services. Putting the number aside, whether it's 28 or 29, understanding what's under the bonnet, like what's driving that. Is it lack of information? Is it lack of opportunity? Is I didn't get the answer I wanted? Is it something management did? Is it something governance did? To lift that target, we probably need to understand more. We need to understand more. What are the actual drivers underneath it? Rather than lift the number and hope.
Yeah, but isn't, oh, maybe I've got it wrong, and I did duck out for 5 minutes, so I may have. That 28% though, isn't that our overall resident satisfaction?
No.
Is that just purely for engagement?
That's just engagement.
Oh, right. Well, that definitely should be ambitious then. That shouldn't be a baseline. I mean, if we can't lift engagement, then there's something that's not. That seems bizarre.
So to put it in context, we haven't done particularly well in that score, but nor has any council across New Zealand.
Yeah.
But that's not a reason for us not to be aspirational. No. We are trying very many things, but I guess it's how aspirational you would want to be, and whether or not that's going to be realistic when you're asking people if they are satisfied or dissatisfied, as opposed to whether or not they've had an opportunity to have their say. Satisfied and dissatisfied is quite subjective, and as we do see with some of those results, it does to a certain extent depend on if you received the outcome that you wanted in the decision, whether or not you were satisfied with the process, and so, that does tarnish the people's views on engagement.
So, that clarifies it. But so just to be clear, because it's sort of a similar process to the overall satisfaction, but I think about just communications. If we put that in with a higher increase, if it was 1 or 2%. Do you think that would lead to challenging the way you do things now? Because if we're saying that we're kind of comparable with other councils, but actually no one's doing it, no one's exceeding it, then there must be different ways we can consult or engage that actually lift that. Because we hear it time and time again.
Lynn has got something to contribute.
So if I could just make a couple of comments. I think what I'd like to say is that there has been a significant amount of challenge as to how we do things. If you consider the What Matters Most campaign, which I think was widely regarded as one of the more successful engagement processes we have run in the last couple of years, and has been recognised as such by other councils and staff, And yet, notwithstanding that effort, which was significant around this table, as well in communications, it doesn't necessarily translate into people feeling more satisfied. Likewise, when you look at the numbers of submissions, we have more than doubled the number of submissions per category of engagement. So I think we have yet to really understand the input and how it relates to the output. There are many other factors which have a bearing on people's perception of satisfaction. So if we look at engagement in relation to, say, transport projects, if people don't get the result they want, they are unlikely to feel satisfied, notwithstanding however much we engage. So I think one of the challenges for us all is to, what does success actually look like? It's not possible to get 100%. So what is an adequate level of stretch that reflects the realities of the situation that we're all operating in? And Katie's advice is minimum 28% with a stretch to go beyond that.
Okay. Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Just on the things we're doing differently, the increase in early engagement in 2022, you talk about the 6 projects which became processed after the Marston-Spriggs intersection. Could you explain that a little bit?
That was around affected residents. Look, I'm really sorry. I would like to have Tessa Zant with me at the table. Unfortunately, she had a clash and isn't able to join it, I don't think. But that was around affected residents and sort of like really honing in on who we need to hear from as part of a consultation, an early engagement and consultation.
Yeah, just because my recollection of that is there were 7 responses from people who lived close to the intersection, and despite the fact that there are some outrageous number of vehicles that use that intersection in a day, I thought it was something like 15,000 or 20,000 or something like that, but we don't really hear from those people, and I don't know how we actually contact them, you know, and what relevance the local residents have to the intersection versus those who go through it every day. I mean, do you know what I mean? It's a difficult one.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Andre?
If we send a thank you very much to the Arts Centre for helping boost engagement in our long-term plan this year. Well, no, because then people have gone through the 10-page form and then been able to share their views on other issues as well. So just a thought.
Tyler?
Well, no, people have physically had to go through the form. Yes, they have, because we've got the numbers and breakdowns, and people have done. We physically do. It's in there. So a lot of those submissions have answered all questions on the long-term plan.
A number.
Well, clearly you haven't read the submissions because they do that. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're talking about 2 different things. A certain amount of them are from that. Others are from just going to the website manually and going through the questions.
Anywho,
2 different things.
Tyler's bigger than you. Here's his turn.
Get the gloves out.
I decked him on the league field once. I did it again.
Challenge time. I know the criminal never talks about his weakness, but I just wanted to ask, Peter, you did talk about looking under the hood, and in regard, and SLT, please jump in on this if you need. In regard to the comms resourcing for comms, how does that look in comparison to the current readings? Have we been giving more budget and OPEX to comms to be able to deliver more for us?
No, we maintain our budgets. However, we do operate, we're always looking for more efficient ways of working and doing things differently. And I think the thinking about how we're working with our online platform, for example, goes to show you it's a very, very different environment from what it was 3 years ago to what it is now. We're trying new things, we're doing things differently. More resource is not necessarily going to change that. More funding is not necessarily going to change that. Different ways of working, different approaches, different potentially working more closely with community groups, all that kind of carry on,
Yep.
the stuff that we're still exploring. So rather than saying, is there more money to throw at this, it's more about
no.
how
I was
can
just
we
asking if we've...
work more different. How can we work differently to achieve what we need to achieve?
Yeah, cool. I'm not proposing anything, by the way, guys. Don't be worried. The next question in regards to that was around policy, internal policy, particularly around the use of platforms like TikTok, X, Facebook, things like that. Is there much flexibility within the policy to be able to deliver those things easier, or is there a process that you need to follow through in order to get that sign-off?
We use TikTok. We have a great social media there. I mean, it's still a bit of a niche sport to follow council. I have to be honest with you. That's not everyone's kind of aspiration when it comes to social media. But we try, and some of the stuff goes out there, and it gets the reach that we need to get.
Yep.
And we use other channels across the board. We make the most of all of the communication channels that we have available to us, but we are probably tapping out on what we can do for free or sort of like cheaply. We're now also sort of like rolling into that a little bit of paid advertising, because that's what it takes.
Cool. I'm trying to hone in here just a little, just get a bit more of a understanding of the speed bumps that you might come across in terms of engagement. The next question, the last one, really is on that citizens face-to-face area for staff and direct correlation or working with elected members. Are there any hindrances with staff being able to run meetings, public meetings or citizens' assemblies if one did come up in the next annual plan?
No, there are no limitations. We absolutely can do that kind of carry on. We are particularly successful if they're events that you have organised as well. So we saw with the long-term plan for the consultation in libraries, or when you ran events in your communities, they were very well attended. Staff were able to attend and provide information at that point. That was a great way of reaching people. There's certainly nothing within the Act or within any limitations that I have within this organisation that can stop us using any range of engagement tactics.
Okay. In light of that, I'm okay with the 28 at the moment, and I'm keen to see how you can step it up in collaboration with us and with the community. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you. Now, just in the essence of time, we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to talk. What Lynn has said, the 28% in aim higher. We could talk around this for another hour and get absolutely nowhere fast. So I'm suggesting we just.
Yeah, I'm
say
happy.
yes.
I'm happy with starting at that for the kind of final piece, but I'd like us to divvy it up into kind of like Wellington, where it's an organisational thing first, which is, do you have the opportunity? Are our team out there? Are they engaging? Do you have the opportunity to, if you wanted to? Different to the satisfaction with the process as a whole, including the decision making, because I think it's unfair on the organisation if they get tarnished with, for example, elected members going on social media saying, what's the point in having your say? Because colleagues don't listen, as opposed to the organisation. So I think that, was it possible to have those separated and ready for the final sign-off?
Final sign-off, yes, just turning momentarily.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, guys. This isn't, thanks Tim, I got you. This isn't a long-term plan.
No, it's a resident survey thing.
Yeah. Does every city in the country do a resident survey? Because I heard that some don't.
No, they don't.
So we're just making bullets to fight for people to fire at us.
A lot do. They just ask different questions, and this is not my area of expertise.
No, I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. Right, yeah, hang on. I've got a few ahead of you, mate. Well, I'd like to wrap it up, but we'll carry on. Vic?
Can I just get some clarity, please, to the question that Councillor Harrison Hunt asked? Bringing this back to the long-term plan, we're not seeing any increase in OPEX and resourcing for the comms team going forward?
Just the normal adjustment that you would expect, yes. Not any separate increase.
Okay, good. Now, keeping them short, Yanni, please.
Yeah, so I mean, my feedback is we should be aiming for at least 50%, more than 50%. to have like 1 in 4 people satisfied, we should be aiming at least more than half of the people to be satisfied with what we do. There are a number of other transparency things on our website in terms of our resident survey. So openness, transparency is 21%.
So sorry, Annie, you've said 50% and that's your...
So I think we should be aiming to set greater targets and not just reduce the targets. And I don't like the idea of a floating target as well. I think it would be much better to aim towards something and try and achieve it, recognising that, as others have said, it's not just on staff, it's also on us.
Okay, fair enough.
At a governance level.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if we do like surveys of people, like how we're doing the surveys on what projects of submitters. Obviously, we've heard from the Wine Street people who felt pretty upset about not being involved in a decision that was being made and have then subsequently been shut out of most of the processes to even have their say. We've got other people around slow speeds, for example, in my area, where people really had no idea what was coming. And I know we've done a lot online, but if you look at the public sentiment around the changes...
Thank you, no, we've really got to get
How
going.
are we capturing that?
Okay.
I'm afraid I can't answer that on the spot.
Okay, fair enough. Right, we've got 2 left, and that's it. Jake?
Mine will be quick. We're going to set a new level of service to have your happiness be satisfied 10% of the time, Yanni. But what about that 28%? How do you feel about the idea of 28 being, I guess, a minimum standard, and then having a floating 1% on top? I know Lynn suggested it, but it's not what the paper says. Is that unfair, or...?
It just, look...
As a stretch, and we call it stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that isn't even possible in our reporting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Tim, did you have your...
Yeah, Katie, I want to thank you and your team. You've had a bruising, and I think it's absolutely unfair to you and your team. I want to thank you for what you do. It's really, really hard. And if you give it a comparison to a general election, only 50% at best are going to be happy. Actually, only 20%. To reach for 50%, when we're lucky to get 28%, it's called democracy. If people have an opportunity, every single person has an opportunity to take part. They choose not to. You know, it's part of our role too, to encourage our residents, half of who actually don't like us because they'd never voted for us, and probably, if you look at it, could have been 70% didn't. But yeah, so, you know, I just want to remind us, you know, we're all geniuses, but it's actually a lot harder than you think, and I want to thank the staff for it.
Very good. Thank you, Tim. Okay, escape now while you can.
Thank you. I will. Thank you very much.
Good on you. Thanks, Katie. Right. So...
3 waters.
Yeah, we're doing 3 waters next, not GPS, because 3 waters...
He's got to get away.
Yeah, fair enough.
So we're going to come back to, here we are,
Just
water
when
loss
you were-
management. I'll tell you what,
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll sit here. I just want to work the mouse, and I need my thing. Sorry. Alright, thank you. Sure.
Right, Your Worship, there is the topic. So
Thank you, everybody.
If you're agreeable, we'll get
Yep.
on with it.
Rip into it.
Yes.
Thank you and good afternoon. So these slides will be talking about Council's request to reduce the targets for the percentage of real water loss and also that of the average consumption of drinking water. Staff accepted that change, but also noted that there would be a need to review the indicators as well as the methods of measuring those indicators in future LTPs. This specifically also to align with the regulator's new network environmental performance measures. These have been issued in June last year, and they are still being refined. The measures that deals with water loss by the regulator, water loss and water use efficiency is listed as noted. Now, our council level of service indicators for water loss management are all based on real losses that are calculated from minimum night flow monitoring in winter time on 25% of the network each year. Therefore, none of those indicators are really annual indicators because 75% of the data is not really current. Also, water loss percentage is not really a useful tool to compare water loss. And as such, it's not included by the regulator to be a performance measure. However, infrastructure leakage index is an international best practice measure that determines how well a distribution network is managed for the control of real losses. And what it is the ratio between volume of real losses and volume of unavoidable losses. Now, if that ratio is more than 8, the water loss management thrust says that such a zone should receive urgent or high priority for reduction of leaks. If it's between 4 and 8, then it is known that efforts should be intensified to reduce leaks, but it would be tolerable where water is plenty and cheap. For between 2 and 4, there's opportunity to improve, but the improvements in that case would be related to things like pressure management and maintenance procedures. Where if it's less than 2, then it really does become uneconomical to do any further leak reduction. Our average consumption indicator is calculated by taking our system input volume less the real losses and dividing that by the total population served. It therefore includes commercial consumption and is not really a good measure for your water use efficiency. The diagram on the slide shows the water balance model, and in green it highlights what council is actually monitoring. On the right hand side we show the 4-yearly cycle for night flow monitoring and how we calculate real water losses. Whereas because council is now for the first time in a long time increased the frequency of residential customer meter reads, we are actually now able to approach the water balance from the right side, or actually the left side. And we are able to calculate an annual non-revenue water. If we were further able to get a handle on our unmetered water use or reduce unmetered water use, we would be able to have an annual indication of total water losses. This graph shows since 2004 the inputs that are used to calculate percentage real water loss. So the black dotted line shows the tremendous increase in the percentage over the past several years. However, if we look at the bottom orange section, which shows the actual volume of real losses, we note that for the past 3 or so years, the volume has stayed very much the same, but the increase in the percentage is due to the success of our water demand management program, excess water use charges. The graph also shows in yellow, which isn't very clear, but it also shows the yellow part represents the current water losses for that particular year, those that was actually measured in the year. The rest is rolled over from previous years. The black horizontal lines are the unavoidable water losses, and that's more or less 25% of our volume of losses measured. We've also now managed to calculate our non-revenue water for FY22 and FY23. We need to look at our FY24 figures in order to get an understanding of why there was an increase in 23. If we however look at our infrastructure leakage index of the 182 water loss zones, we see that 15% of those zones, that represents about 10% of our network, really needs to receive high priority for fixing of leaks. We can also improve our efforts in another 35% of the network. Our average ILI is 4.35, and it's just within the orange band. And that is why Christchurch is still in the top 10 in terms of ILI comparison. When we look at the monitoring over the past 5 years, when we look at the night flow monitoring that has occurred over the past 5 years, we see that a lot of the high red ILIs have been picked up last year. Now, unfortunately, last year was also the year that we weren't able to repair the leaks in time to renew the night flow monitoring results. And it would really be prudent in future to go back and revisit the night flow monitoring so that we could see the improvement before the next cycle, which in this case would be FY27. This graph also shows the ILI that's been calculated per zone, where we saw that a lot of those red zones were identified last year in Ferrymead and West. The graph also shows the percentage of renewals done in the past 10 years in comparison with the total length of pipe in each zone. What's interesting on the graph is that Rafferty zone has one of the lowest ILIs, not just last year, but also previous monitoring. And that could really be because of the pressure management that was done in Rafferty, the many sub-main renewals that were completed, as well as now the latest deployment of the smart water network in Rafferty. So as I noted, our average consumption data includes commercial consumption. If we abstract commercial consumption from the calculation, we see in light blue on the graph that we actually are able to meet the target. Now, this is substantiated if we look at it another way and we determine consumption based purely on residential water meter data. The graph here shows the last 3 years of data, with the blue and the grey reflecting consumption, average consumption per property, and converted in green to consumption per person. Again, it shows a very good picture of improved water use efficiency. This is again confirmed when we look at our peak day demand, and we are very glad that we are surprised though that even though we've increased the property allocation in July 2023, we have not seen an increase in peak day demand in the past summer. So that's a very good thing. We have, however, seen a slight increase in peak instantaneous demand in the past summer. So it is, so it's good. So it's well understood that a multi-pronged approach is needed for water loss management. Our efforts firstly focuses on better monitoring, and we do to improve data relevancy and prioritization. We do that through improved meter management, through improving customer meter reads, through deploying smart customer meters, by our smart water network deployment, by having a project that will look at dedicated filling stations that are metered so that we can account for unmetered tanks, and our future plan to rezone the water supply areas into smaller zones and potentially with smaller district metered areas. Secondly, we should support our night flow monitoring by better leakage control, especially for the red zones, the high ILI zones. We can always do better by fixing our leaks, and staff is actively working on improving contractor management, better systems to monitor progress, and we will certainly be looking at increasing the cycle of monitoring so that we can show the improvements earlier than every 4 years. And lastly, of course, asset management targets our renewals to the right places. Looking at the last 3 years of leak detection data, we see that private leaks has the highest volume, but of course, if they are identified, they are not included in our annual real losses.
So these are the next couple of slides is going to focus on pipe condition. So a question was asked regarding has the pipe condition overall improved over the past number of years. So this slide shows it's taken from our asset management plans. So you can see from 2021 to 2024 the number of grade 5 pipes, which is the worst grade, has slightly increased. So that's just that will answer that question. We have gone slightly backwards. How do we manage the risks? So obviously we class our pipes in terms of criticality. So any pipe with a high criticality, we do not we do not sweat. We will go and replace that. So those grade 5s that are remaining would be the pipes of low criticality that are of lower risk. So when we come to our renewals, we prioritise and focus on those ones that have a high consequence of failure. The next slide, I've included this to show that, which is facing probably around New Zealand, you'll see that there's a number of pipe materials out there that are nearing the end of life, which is why we're getting a bow wave occurring. In the long-term plan, we have budget increasing in 2032 to look to address that bow wave, and that will continue for approximately about 5 years and then start to drop off and level off. So at the moment, in the last 2 years, we've done 40 million per annum in pipe water renewals. That's slightly higher than was budgeted. So what we've done is we've taken opportunities where other projects have not gone forward. We've swapped around the funding between years to increase the amount of water main renewals that we've been able to do. And in 2032, we peak at about 40 million in today dollars in terms of funding. Yep.
Right, so before showing you the LTP provisions for water loss management, this is an illustration of our smart water network monitoring system and showing you how it supports our water loss management, where we now have daily night flow monitoring on our water supply zones. And again, the opportunity exists when we do rezone and introduce smaller district metered areas that the data will be more refined, more granular. This is demonstrated by the pilot DMA that we have in Rafferty, the North Rafferty area, where we've rolled out 1,000 smart water customer meters, and where the daily data shows us that the network efficiency is higher than 90%. So very, very few water losses in that area, and the water balance being managed on a daily basis. So this table demonstrates how the LTP currently supports our water loss management efforts, both in terms of capital provision and OPEX. And then to conclude, staff will continue to report on the current draft LTP indicators, but we are also required to report on the regulator's environmental performance measures. Future LTP should look at aligning our indicators with those performance measures. We will continue to improve water loss management efforts and should focus more on the high priority or the red zones. And we should be looking at allowing sufficient follow-up so that night flow monitoring can confirm successes once we have fixed the leaks. And then we are now able to definitely use our consumption data to monitor our annual non-revenue water. We also, though, need to get a handle on our unmetered connections, because then we can actually monitor annual total water losses. Thank you.
Once again, an absolutely fantastic report. Well done. It's very, very comprehensive. Thank you. Timothy.
So you're saying in the B, 2 to 4%, so 2% or less is uneconomic to look at, so it's kind of irrelevant. But do you as a unit look at the damage that's caused by the water leak to roading footpaths? So you're not looking at it siloed, or are you? Because that has been an issue in the past and every council businesses do it. So are we looking at associated damage to water leaks, or is it purely?
At 2%, there will be limited damage.
Yeah, so
to roads. It's
so
not to your water it's other associated like paths, road.
Well, where that's shown to be causing damage, we will go and repair those leaks. The leak detection, when we are looking for the leaks, are those ones that we don't see, they disappear. They're the ones that are the challenging and where we have to put the effort in to locate and find. The ones at Damage Road, we'll go fix. We know about them.
They find us.
Yes, correct.
So what you're saying is that sometimes it costs more to fix it than the amount of water you're going to save by the leak. If you'd never get to 100%, you'll never get there.
No, yeah, but it's just how you gauge economic.
Yeah.
And I think many people gauge that a pothole on the road is actually,
So that's the economic part is where it's the leaks we don't see, where we go seek.
And councillor, some of those will be picked up through the balance of the renewals program, for example, where pipes are getting to the end of their life. We may not know they're leaking, but we may pick it up as a result of some of the larger works anyway.
Okay, thank you. And the second one and last one, I promise, is on page 51, sorry. At the bottom, you've got current position, real water loss. So I can't understand. I'm not the brightest, sharpest tool in the shed, but what's the difference between the yellow and the orange? Because I would have put real water loss is real water loss, but your current position. Can you explain that to me again?
As I explained, our water loss is calculated by doing night flow monitoring on 25% of our water loss zones each year. So 75% of the value of the water loss identified each year will not be current, will not be data for that particular year. It will be data for previous years.
Okay.
It's rollover data.
Okay, thank you.
And just so I've got the right track, you're going to concentrate on the areas where there seems to be generally a little bit more leakage going on than other places. And I know full well that sometimes, say an asbestos cement pipe, you can lay it in an area which is good ground conditions and it'll last way longer than the computer says rip it out. And you've got other parts of town that the same asbestos pipe could be laid and only last half the amount of time that the life of it is. So I think you're doing the right thing. You're attacking the areas that you know that are worst. So that's very good. Sarah?
Thanks so much for this. So, a couple of things. You've talked about the fact that you've been doing about $40 million a year, higher than budgeted, but because you've done some program swaps when other things have been delayed. Because that's program swaps, does that mean that there's now less money in that budget for future years because it needs to go back into those other projects again?
We'll address that through the LTP process.
This is the LTP process, though.
So with those where we've brought program budget back in previous years, so LTP we've replaced.
So you've put extra budget in to replace the money. Okay, that's good. When you talk about non-critical pipes, even if they are ageing and kind of ready to go, you don't do them preemptively. That's sort of smaller residential streets. Is that right?
Correct. Low consequence of failure.
So smaller number of residents rather than the sub-mains and things.
Yes, yeah. It also becomes economics need to come into it. So, if we're going back somewhere and haven't done 5 repairs, it becomes more economical to go and replace that main. Yeah. So it's consequence of failure, but also the O&M costs that we look at.
So I get the short-term savings. If we go and repair a pipe once, maybe twice, even if you, as you say, sometimes up to 4, maybe 4 times, it's cheaper at the time than repairing the pipe. But if we just renewed the pipe to start with, we would save 4 repairs worth of costs. So in the long term, it's cheaper to repair pipes before they fail. Is that right? So, because otherwise you're paying for 4 repairs and then a fix and then a renewal.
Yeah, well, it's obviously we have to predict. It's predictive modelling. So, so there are assets out there that we know are at high probability of failure. So, like for example, Galv pipe that forms a lot of the sub-mains, which is about 20 mil, quite a small pipe. So there's a lot out there, and we are proactively replacing it. But there are times when we'll get a hybrid sticker come through to say that there's been, you've repaired the pipe on our street 3 times in the last 3 weeks. We can't get it right every time, but we are as proactive as we can be within the current framework that we work in.
Yeah. So when it comes to doing some of those assessments and things, you've got there on page 64, a capital program on track, but increased OPEX would support delivery of some things. How much OPEX? I mean, I had an answer back through that said maybe 300,000 of OPEX would allow you to do more data and detection of leaks and things.
Well, that was indicating that in terms of increase in the leak detection work, which is boots on the ground seeking, looking for leaks, would be, one option could be to increase the size of that program, which was indicated at 300,000.
Okay. Because it just says TBD on the graph. But you're not recommending that we increase our leak detention. Why is that?
At this stage, we are looking to, so on the graph where you are showing the high, go back. So the approach that we'll take going forward is focus on those areas that is shown up there as high priority, and so we're changing our method slightly, to, which we see as looking at those zones at high leakages. We'll work in those areas and see what the results we have in the following year, then come back in the annual plan to if we require further budget.
And I think, Councillor, the information we're getting is improving year by year with the work that Michelle's doing, and taking this new approach and targeting those high leakage index areas, and following up with the subsequent survey afterwards, just to make sure we've captured everything. I think that's going to show results, but we'll keep coming back to you and updating you as to how it's going, as to whether that shift in our focus has been effective or not.
Yeah. So do we believe that with the current capital budgets allowed for in the long-term plan, that we will get under 20% leakage rates by 2030?
Do you want to comment on the
because the current budget was for a 25% leakage rate in 2030.
So I think in terms of capital budgets, I think there is a separation of leakage and capital renewal. So admittedly, those assets that we are grade 5s, there's a higher probability that they could be leaking. I admit that. So I certainly can't say whether I think the work that we're planning to do in those areas will inform us better on whether we have to increase the capital budgets on the likes of sub-mains, smaller pipes that are that graph up there showing the percentage of where the percentage of leakages are coming. So that one there shows that the actual large pipes are not the bigger cause of leakages. It's the small pipes that come off those larger ones that we need to focus on.
And our first one, what we showed is better data. We really need to get the better data, and our Smart Water Network program and Smart Customer Meters is funded in the LTP. Yeah. So with enough time, we will be able to be in a position to become better in using what we actually do have.
And have we got the capacity to do more quickly with the water metering and making sure that all properties are metered?
I think we're doing it as fast as what we can and what the market can supply in terms of meters and in terms of contractor time.
Okay. Just so you know, it bothers me that we're here at a long-term plan as opposed to an annual plan without a plan to get us to even double the international. I mean, the international best standard stuff. Even 8% is not good, right? Inefficient use of resources, leakage reduction programs. And while Taumata Arawai doesn't have that percentage leakage rate as a critical factor in its stuff, the leakage rate was one of the key things that they said to us was the reason that we weren't going to be able to get an exemption for chlorination, because our pipes are simply too cracked and leaky. So not getting to under that. Yeah. How come we didn't have this information for the draft so that we could have made different decisions?
Well, this is some work. You've seen Michelle come in here 2 or 3 times on a number of different topics from when we had the draft, and it takes quite a bit of time to put this information together.
It's a lot of work
and pulling all this information. So, yes, ideally it would have been better to have had this earlier on, but I think going forward we just need to keep coming back to council and keep you aware of where we're trending and are we being successful, because as Gavin said, then that's the time we go, actually we might need to in the future double our efforts in terms of the leak detection. Once we get past that hurdle of that bow wave of renewals by targeting those critical pipes, I think once we get that information and come back to you each year, I think we'll be in a better position.
I think the bow wave's a really interesting point. And while we look at the bow wave of renewals, that's starting in 3 years' time, is that right? Is that because that's where we've funded it, as opposed to where we could be fixing them?
No, all the pipes get to the end of their life at the same time. That's the problem.
It is. So I mean, the funding isn't necessarily when they're going to, the predictive failings don't occur. So because of the way the bow wave could be, we would be proactively replacing some pipes because we can't all replace them at the same time. So it's smoothed out.
See, correct me if I'm wrong, take the likes of cast iron pipes, and I know they're heavy, they last forever.
Yes.
Some of them have got lead joints, which causes a bit of grief as well. But when I was laying pipes, all of a sudden this PVC coming, this is the best thing since sliced bread, this was brilliant. And within 10 years, some of that PVC was failing because it had manufacturing faults in it, and stuff that we'd laid in new subdivision blown out of the ground. And when you tick it off and go, oh, we don't have to touch this for 50 years, all of a sudden you're going back to that. So there is a lot of that has gone on in the past, but I think people should fear not. It's not as if we're just sitting around waiting for a leak to come out of the ground. We're actively going out and trying to find them in zones that you know that are bad, which is great. I believe it's already well say it is 27%. I don't believe it's that. I think it's the way we're measuring it. And once we get more data and know where it's actually coming from and going to, I'm sure that 27% will come down anyway, even if we did nothing else. That's my view.
Yeah. I just have 2 small last questions. Brent, during one of the maybe FMP, we were talking about water again, you mentioned that there were 800 priority projects that we've got, but only 500 of them are funded in the LTP. Can you give us a bit more information on that?
So the context of that is that in terms of the predictive modelling, the team look at the age, the age and classification, and there's a whole lot of factors on the pipes. Potentially, there's about 800 on the list, and over the 10 years, we can replace 500 of those. But that's a theoretical model. And as we've already seen in here, you've got some pipes, yes, they might be over 100 years old, but they might be cast iron and they might last 120. So it's just one of the factors that he uses. It was just I used it at that briefing just to highlight the fact that, yes, there are a lot of pipes out there, but the other work the team does in looking at all the other factors, and some of that is integration and coordination with roading programs and bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So you may have a pipe, you may have a grade 5 pipe that's potentially ready to replace. You may have a grade 4 one that we need to do because we've got a roading program coming up. So the team look at the flexibility in terms of that and manage the asset. And if something does end up breaking, we have the ability to deal with it.
Okay.
It's just really, it was an indication of the size of what we deal with and what we look at.
Yeah. So this is the last one, because in the response to one of my questions that came back, it mentioned the contractors. And I'm just saying, what reporting do we get from our contractors on the condition of pipes? So while we go out and we do assessments, contractors who are out there doing work all the time will come across stuff. How do we use the information that they give us? And if they see something, do they have the capacity to say, hey, this one would need, it would be cheaper for us to do this one now than for you to come back to us in 3 years' time and it breaks again, that kind of thing?
That would be on a city care contract. Yeah.
Yeah, they do collect information for us. If there's certain areas they find where pipes are in bad condition, they'll flag that to us. They'll also collect samples of some of our larger mains and send them off for testing.
And do we end up using that to say, yep, just fix it now to save us money, or?
Yeah, potentially.
Potentially, okay. And are they meeting their KPIs currently, and do we need to change the KPIs at all to raise
Okay,
resident satisfaction?
we've got quite a few other people. Tyrone.
Got it. Just on the economics of doing something like, take Littleton for example, right? Like if a main blows there and it's running down a road in winter, like that creates a whole new set of circumstances in terms of safety that aren't normally if it happens in Spraydon. But so what sort of how much weight do you sort of put to to those kinds of conditions and to determining the economic argument?
I can't give you the specifics, but the tool we use factors in quite a number of different factors. One would be the consequence of failure, even if it's in liquefaction zone, critical customers, the number of residents affected, and obviously on the hill if it's going to fail and cause a road to be taken out on the side of the hill. So.
And I'd include Dyers Pass Road in that. That could be a catastrophe if there was water running over in winter.
Yeah. So the software we use will take that all on account and give it a weighting, and that's how we get our prioritisation put together. So that's why a 20 mil small pipe feeding a cul-de-sac would be at the bottom of the list.
Okay, but there is some weight given to those kind of geographic factors.
Yeah.
And
So
that's good to know.
I'd expect there'll be some pipes that we replace at grade 4. Grade 4. We wouldn't let them to grade 5 because the consequence of failure is too high.
Cool. I've just got it's actually a different type of question, but just on the reporting thing. So thank you. There's quite a dense load of charts here, which is great. I'm just wondering, in terms going forward, and just given we are, as an organisation, seem to be developing our business intelligence capability and the way we reflect data back to councillors and or staff or the public. Is there a set, if you pardon the pun, in the pipeline of date reports, or they call dashboards is kind of what the general populace call them, but that's not technically correct. But about showing us what the key areas are and whether we're improving, and what the network's doing, just so that that's kind of like a real time, and by real time I mean updated every few months. About the improvements and how we're going and what the sort of the critical areas are.
Our focus at this stage is very much on the data management and data cleanup related to consumption data, but yes, absolutely we would want to get there, and I think the smart water network system that we already have in place will certainly support such a dashboard. I wouldn't, all of it, however, does take time. It won't be overnight, but yes, we are certainly working on improved dashboards, improved ways of looking at the data ourselves, as well as sharing it with the community.
Right. Just one thing that I looked at in your report. It's interesting. We have people saying that we haven't had any repairs done after the earthquake, and it's terrible, and it's yada yada yada. Here we are in Rāwhiti, where it's in the heart of liquefaction country. That has got the lowest leakage because of all the work that was done there. This is very good. And is it the smart meters that the council have put in that are helping you find these little intricacies? And
I think it's likely a combination of many things. The focused pressure management that was done since 2018, that also went hand in hand with a lot of sub-main renewals. As we also saw in that other detection graph, a lot of the leaks happens at the connection points and at the sub-mains. Yes. So we've spent a lot of effort in renewing sub-mains in Rāwhiti. And then we are watching it on a daily basis, so to say. So it's probably a combination of all of those factors.
But it is also good that people who walk their dog or walk along the footpath see a leak and they can go click their fingers and go, wow, let's get into this, and they're being a lot more responsive. So this is good. Melanie, please.
Cool. On slide 61, the pie charts, there's a big deterioration with the mains over those 3 years, and you just talked about predictive modelling that's theoretical, but what's the modelling showing for over the next 10 years? Because that's sort of what I've been trying to ask about for quite a while. Because that's the part we can't see. This is showing us where we're at, but where are we going to get to?
I don't have the predictive modelling with me, but that's, if you look at the long-term plan budgeting, that's why there's a peak that starts to pick up. I think it's in about 4 years' time, and goes 5 years to deal with the backlog.
So is this trend that we can see here going to continue like this?
No, that's yeah. As long as we stay on course to get those, our budgets don't change. We peak up about, I think, about 5 years' time. It'll continue. So that peak you'll see in the budgets is to address the backlog. So as long as we, nothing changes.
But will the backlog increase over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years?
No, that includes looking at the future backlog.
You'll also see the effect on the graphs of the submains in the middle, how they've improved. So as Michelle was talking about the work in Rafiti, they've improved overall. Overall, they're sitting about even, but you're right. It's the mains that we need to focus on as part of the next tranche of work.
And then I've got questions about slide 64 with that table. The numbers there, these are what's in the draft LTP. I was wondering what those percentages mean in the sort of green.
So we've indicated what's in the draft LTP, the 10 years, but then we've also shown the 30-year plan. And it's the percentage of the 10 years in relation to the 30-year plan for all of those programs. So for example, smart customer meter rollout, the 17 million will be spent in the next 10 years, but that won't be it. We need to spend more after 10 years. So we funded at about 35% of what the full rollout of smart customer meters would be.
Right. And then we've got the CapEx and the OpEx separated from each other. So for example, like with the smart meter rollout, there's quite a lot there in CapEx. Well, it would be better if there was more, but there's very little in the OpEx, and the OpEx is the money that's spent to get that capital work done. So if they don't match, or what does that mean?
That OpEx is really the OpEx once it's been implemented. So the cost of having smart customer meters, obviously you don't go for smart customer meters, we don't need to go read it. It comes via the network. So there will be, and as we roll out more smart customer meters, the cost of that monitoring will increase, but it's not the implementation cost of rolling it out.
Okay, and then last one is the fixing leaks line there, and it says to be determined.
That's more around, you don't know what you're going to find sometimes. It could be the difference between a leaking meter that's reported through to a
450 water main.
But that just does that mean that there's nothing on budget for that?
No, that's within the maintenance contract budgets.
So it's not ring fenced, so that we can tell that to you right now. It's part of our contract budget. We're busy working on ring fencing the part that really just does leak repair versus the part that does maintenance. It is there, but the budgets just aren't shown separately.
Okay, Victoria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team. This is really technical and quite complex. Well, I'm finding it so, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert or even understand some of this, because I am actually struggling with it, and maybe a one-on-one for some of us who haven't quite grasped some of this may be helpful at a later stage. that aside, what I'm struggling to deal with today is to understand in terms of what we're trying to achieve, where we are at in the long-term plan process. Can I just sense check what I think I'm hearing? And that is that the money that you have on budget in the current long-term plan, you as experts in what you do think that that is sufficient at this moment in order for us to keep on top of things, and that you have a plan for continuous improvement and reducing the number of our water leaks. And throwing more money at it at this stage isn't necessarily going to result in better results, because you're finding efficiencies and better ways of doing things, which is improving outcomes for us as well. If I've got that wrong, then I'm going to really need a one-on-one sooner rather than later.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so we believe we've got sufficient budget in capital. As you know, the 10-year plan shows that we are picking up, and we need in a few years have increased budget to get on top of the backlog and to keep ahead of it. In the OPEX side of things, in terms of finding leaks, we're not asking for more budget now, but there's more work to be done, particularly in those zones of high leakage, to better understand how successful we are with our approach of reducing the leakage in those areas. Now that we may, based on that work, be coming back in future annual plan process to seek more budget if we identify with the data we collect that we need to do more or do it differently.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I trust that you are experts in what you're doing.
And quite happy to run a lunchtime session if people want some further training on graphs.
Okay, yeah, well, Tyrone likes graphs. We've still got 5 people. Aaron.
Yeah, I've got 3 relatively quick ones. The first one being, you had a graph up which was leaks over the years, I think. Get back the other way, I think. Next one.
Forward.
Other way, yeah, there. See how we get a couple of peaks. Are those dots at the top, are they leak rates, are they?
So the black line
Yeah.
is the percentage of leak. The top blue line is just our water consumption, our input volume. So it shows how the water demand changes over years, and shows the last 3 years the reduction in total water demand.
And then you've got you obviously got the peak there where the earthquake hit, and then all the people leave town, so demand went down, but leaks was up because the city was hit hard. Then it would appear where chlorine's introduced, the dot line goes rocketing up. Now, I'm no rocket scientist, but I can spot a lollygraph. It's just a coincidence? Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. So, just clarifying that there is just a very strong coincidence between the introduction of chlorine and the introduction of mega leaks. No, I'm not a rocket scientist.
Wasn't the chlorine 2018?
No, 16.
Right.
16.
Is there a question being answered? Sorry.
Yep. So that one's answered. Then my next one is, what's the position of Christchurch water versus the rest of the country, as in our infrastructure versus how the rest of the country is looking? Because obviously there's a bigger lens on it since 2016 everywhere. How are we looking? How do we fare?
So this is the small graph. Sorry, it's very small. I didn't necessarily want the. So the small graph shows if we look at infrastructure leakage index, and as I indicated, our average infrastructure leakage index is 4.35. It sits here just on the orange band. We are sitting number 6 in the country, according to the performance benchmarks of last year.
Yep.
For average ILI.
Right.
Brilliant. Thank you.
And then finally, given, like Victoria said, you are the water experts, we would expect as the council that if you were alarmed or worried about the state of our infrastructure going forward, you would be saying during the LTP, hey, you guys need to put this much on. Are your recommendations putting us in a position that you're really happy with as far as our water infrastructure goes?
I'll leave that to the boss.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're happy with the direction Christchurch is drinking water that your children will drink and your parents will drink?
Well, I'm looking at it from the angle in terms of managing the assets.
Yep.
I'm happy with the program we have going forward. And as every year we are looking at that program to see whether it's fit for purpose, and with the new data, we're always getting data coming in. So there will be, every year there might be some tweaks we have to make.
Yeah, it's annual plan time.
Just double checking.
In terms of smart water also, Christchurch is really the furthest ahead of everybody else. We're not necessarily marketing it, but we've done a lot, and we have a lot in the LTP to
Also, going on that, we might actually be finding more leaks than others are because we're searching harder.
I'm just talking about the monitoring the smart water network.
Right.
As
So
you
it'll
said,
get
it's a
better.
multi-pronged approach. It's a lot of aspects that needs
Okay,
to be.
thank you. I need to move along. Tyler, please.
Kia ora. I know that you're focusing on the high priority zones in particular, with monitoring and obviously jumping on the asset early. But the question I've got is, if we are going to be monitoring, particularly around those higher priority zones, like the Riccartons, for example, and thank you for all your work in there, would you hypothesise that the red band that's showing up in terms of high priority is going to go up quite substantially?
The idea is that we take the red away.
Okay.
If I understand you correct. So by making sure that we've repaired the leaks in those high zones, which half of them that we've identified last year is likely repaired, we just don't know because we haven't gone back to re-monitor.
Yeah.
So the focus would be to do active leakage, not just detection, because that was done, that's why it's shown as red, but to fix the leaks in that 10% of the network, retest it and not have red zones, because that would immediately bring our average ILI down quite significantly into the yellow zone.
So everything around the red zone, in particular, we're talking about the area itself, like wards, for example, streets. Would you take into account the surrounding streets that may not be monitored preemptively?
So this reflects water loss zones. Our entire city is divided into 182 water loss zones. And as I say, we monitor that every 4 years. Each zone is monitored every 4 years. But when we've identified a zone being red, focus should be on fixing leaks and re-monitoring it before the next 4 years, so that we can come back and show you that leaks in that zone has been reduced.
So we'll see the modelling for the next, say, 4 to 8 years in the next annual plan. Is that sort of
what we're trying to say is that we're wanting to show it before the next 4 years.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Samuel?
Yeah, thank you. I think Aaron, and thanks for the work on this. It's fantastic and gives me a great deal of comfort in what's being done. I just wondered, so Aaron's covered the first one, which was getting really your expert advice on the quality of the infrastructure and our asset management plan over the next 10 years. Because I think that's really important. I just wondered whether, in terms of the leakage and that sort of methodology you're using, and how you're going to try and target some of the big, the big issues over the next wee while, how do we plan on communicating that with the public? Because I kind of think that's such a really tangible thing we're doing to try and get the quick wins, so to speak, to help the network, that I'd quite like that communicated. I don't know if Joss is in the room or Katie, but can we take that away? Because I think the more people understand what we're doing, hopefully they have as much confidence as you do in our system as we now do from you. So. Oh, Sinead, yeah. If you could put on the front page tomorrow, that'd be yeah, not of me, just of.
Yeah, we don't want to ruin the paper. Are you happy there, Mr. McDonald? Right, Sarah, did you ever?
Thanks so much. Can I just go back to the pie charts? Sorry, Tyrone. And Mel's question, the predictive model. So in previous LTPs, we've had similar pie charts, but with sort of the rest of the LTP. Like if we invested this much, we could get to kind of these percentages, or this is what we're expecting from the current spend. That would be over a period of time. That would be really good if we could get that ahead of decision making. You don't need to respond right now, but yeah, that's one of those things. The other thing is, in response to Mel's question, you've mentioned, and then in response to Councillor Keown's, the backlog, and the fact that you're convinced that we can get rid of the backlog when that funding starts in 4 years' time. That's the next long-term plan, and up to the will of a new council. If a new council decided that there were significant pressures on the budgets, all of those kind of things, and didn't want to fund to do the backlogs, that would have a material difference to the state of our water supply. Is that right?
Well, it's have to say it's one of the first time it's happened.
It wouldn't be the first time, that's right. I've seen it happen
Yes.
multiple times where councillors, every LTP, under pressure, you see where you could make cuts. If we chose to address that backlog now, we could bring some of that future funding from year 4 and 5, 6 that's supposed to deal with the backlog forward into this LTP and address the backlog that you've been talking about now if you chose. It would take a bit of planning, so maybe a little bit in year 1 and then more in year 2 and 3.
Yes, so year 1 would just more planning, but the real work would start year 2. In terms of our contractors pool, we're pretty lucky in Canterbury. We've got plenty of contractors to increase the capital program if we had to.
Yep, so we do have capacity to increase and reduce the backlog of water work if we chose to.
Great.
Thank you.
Yep. And just add into that, just in terms of the risk going forward with councils, don't forget the new legislation being passed through at the moment, the Local Water Done Well. There's likely to be a different structure of some form, which council will need to decide on in the near future as to the way forward, and that may remove some of that risk of funding being taken away, because under the legislation, the government will be requesting you to not only identify your revenue source for the water, but where the funding is going to.
But it's more likely that we'd end up subsidising other councils than the other way around. So
well, that would be a decision for this council as to how you package that up. Yeah.
Yanni.
Thanks. I was just interested if we've got funding for the going to smaller water zones still in the LTP, or whether that's been taken out. My recollection is that it's been taken out, but
There's a part of it that's still in, the phase 1 and immediate rezoning, but the majority has been moved out. We are, however, still continuing with the planning that needs to be done and the designs around that, and there's funding for phase 1.
right. So from a resilience point of view and from a monitoring point of view and a safety point of view, it seemed like the research showed that, or the analysis was kind of like small water zones are a better thing for us as a city. Would that be, given what we've been going through in the recent 12 months around looking at Rāwhiti and the improvements being made, is that kind of still a fair sort of assumption to make, that that's something we should try and do?
Not just about the smaller zones, there's other reasons for that as well. It's really about more granularity of data. So you can achieve smaller zone data by doing district metered areas, and that would mean rolling out more bulk meters so that we can have continuous monitoring on smaller areas. Again, we need to plan and design that and be sure that it is cost effective and beneficial for us to do that before simply starting to roll out bulk meters. That is a costly item.
So if we wanted to do it, we still need to do a lot of planning before we would go to it. The other concern I have is just a number of the IT projects around waters seem to be in trouble. I think we've got a report tomorrow that talks about the backflow prevention IT system not being functional. We've had the big costs associated with the excess water charges. Just in terms of the smart stuff that we're doing, what sort of robustness are we putting around that investment to ensure that we're not ending up with a whole bunch of issues around very expensive IT that's not, fit for purpose?
Can't really comment on that report. I don't.
Couldn't comment.
The smart water network is based on latest technology and it's really not that expensive because it's cloud-based computing.
Okay, thank you. We got to get going. Sam.
It's just one, and probably for people watching, potentially Brent, it might be a question for you. It's just around under the new legislation, and I'm just picking up your point, Gavin, around potentially things have changed investment-wise in the past. But I'm thinking about, since that has occurred, the higher oversight from the regulator, along with the prescriptive new government announcement around the need for funding and capital to be tied to each other. So I guess you can't collect money for water and spend it on libraries. And so that will be, that will just to allay anyone's concern that the risk will not be as high given the more prescriptive nature of the funding mechanism, depending on where it sits. And I guess the thing for us, and I know we haven't got to that point yet, but is around, I would certainly hope that if we're looking at this new water structure that we possibly do it, because ours works so well, actually we don't change a lot at all.
Yeah,
if anything, I'd almost like to keep Three Waters in-house rather than subsidising other regions. So there's quite a deliberate way this can be managed, which actually should give far more confidence to the community watching, because it's way more prescriptive.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'll say this is a very good report. There's a lot more focus on water than ever before. And I'd like to think that we would never, and as Sam's just said, we'll never fall into what happened in Wellington years ago, where their staff were asking for money for water and it never arrived because they were spending it on other things. So the new system is going to solve that, I think. One thing that you have said, right, we've got leaks, but we're on top of it. We're going to concentrate on the two areas that we know we've got a bit of grief in and nail those down first. And so it gives me, certainly, a lot of confidence in what you're doing. Thank you very much for a good report. Thank you.
Thank
you. Right. Now, our old favourite, GPS. Do we want to have... No, do we? No, keep going. Right. Mary's Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Lynette. Sitting there patiently waiting all day.
Just this afternoon.
Oh, sorry, this afternoon.
Kia ora. I am back today to talk to you post our previous briefing. I was coming back with some more information on the Wheels to Wings cycleway, the improvement projects that we've got listed in the significant improvement projects that we've got listed in our LTP, and the projects that we've assumed 0% subsidy on. And so with those second two, it's next steps. The previous briefing we had was PX because it had commercial information in it around our assumptions for the GPS, our revenue assumptions for the LTP. Sorry, it's been a long afternoon. So I will try and make this as simple as I can. I guess it's not going to be fun, but I'll make it as simple as we can, and we'll talk through each of these at a time through the chair. Shall we do questions after each one? Because there's sort of 3 different topics. Mm-hmm. So the first one is we got asked at the briefing why we hadn't come back with our cost estimating for Wheels to Wings. We were waiting to get the ground investigation information completed, and it hasn't yet been completed, but what we have done is some high level estimates. So I have put them in. The current budget that we've got on budget is 23 million, and that includes the revenue assumptions that we're making for NZTA. And for reference and transparency, we are assuming between 15 and 30% will be recovered through subsidy. Costs have gone up. The cost risks that we've got, and now those costs that we've put in there, we've tried to include an allowance for coal tar. One of the cost risks that we've got is that the initial ground investigation work is showing quite a bit of coal tar down Hillwood Road. What the implications of that are, we don't know yet. So that is just a high level. We've also tried to allow for service relocations and regulatory compliance. So I'm talking about archaeological assessments and archaeological requirements, and particularly temporary traffic management. So that's been included in those costs that are up there. The other questions that you asked us on Wheels to Wings were what were the risks of delaying construction. Community engagement, there's been a significant amount of community engagement, and I suspect it's probably fair to say that this room reflects the community. It's quite a divisive project, this one. That said, I have asked the legal team and the comms team, while there's no actual, if you choose to delay construction for 3, 4 or 5 years, there is no legal obligation to reconsult. But what we are saying is there would be changes. There are likely to be changes in the community that would require further engagement with them. Whether it's comms, it's likely to require a significant comms output at the time to let the community know we're coming back. I suspect there's, even given the recent amendments and notices of amendments to this project, there is likely to be confusion within the community because we've seen that as well. So anyway, that's out there. Cost inflation. Tony's helped me with that one, so I am going to call him back if I get confused. Look, any deferral of a project will incur an inflationary increase or inflationary impact. That then is balanced by the consequential negative impact of a similar quantum if you bring a similar amount forward. So across the quantum of the LTP, it is reasonably neutral. That said, what we tried to do was figure out, we've been running through multiple scenarios, and I got myself confused. So I ran with the 17 million that we've got on budget for the next 3 years. If that expenditure was deferred for 3 years, it would cost 19 million in 28, 29 and 30. If inflation ran higher than, and we're currently assuming 3.4% in the LTP, if inflation ran higher, that would change in a similar quantum. The other consideration for Harewood Road and the works on Harewood Road is that there are significant water main, particularly water main upgrades planned along there. If the cycleway construction was delayed, this is assuming, and there's potential that work in the area would be dragged out for the community. So we're not sort of achieving our one pass approach. So we do need some guidance from you as to which way we're going to go with Wheels to Wings as a cycleway. Are we going to defer, or are we going to carry on with it? The one piece of advice we've had is that, so we're just talking about either deferring construction out 3, 4, 5 years, which is in the LTP, or leaving it where it is. That is, I only have 2 slides on that one.
I've got a question. In theory, can you go back to the first page, please?
That one? No. That one? No.
No.
That one?
Yeah. So we'll say, sorry, the current budget is 22 mil, right?
Yeah, 22.6. 20. It's closer to 23. Yes.
Okay. The funding on that is what? Just for people out there.
Between 15 and 30%. We expect to recover in revenue.
Yeah, from transit if
they fund it.
If they fund.
We think, when we have said it's highly unlikely given the new GPS.
Okay. So say, if you go down to where it says total, say that, I'll go in the middle, it's going to cost now, in theory, $30 million. Is that give or take?
Give or take.
Okay. So of that $30 million, we've spent 5 already?
Yes.
So we need to find 25 mil if we don't get any funding from Transit or NZTA. We need to pay for out of rates, sorry.
If you choose to fund it, it would be paid for out of borrowings. Or you could, yes, I think is the answer.
Okay.
Bede, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, capital projects are funded from borrowings, yes.
So, yeah, so if, and I've sort of heard in a roundabout way that NZTA aren't going to fund this particular one.
Yeah.
So there's 30 million, we've spent 5.4, so there's 25 in abeyance, so to speak. Some might be on budget, some might not be because of cost escalation, but that is rates to pay for that, okay? Yeah. Okay, Sarah.
My understanding is that if we continued in the next financial year, even if we didn't get Wakakotahi funding, it would be a 0.14% impact if we didn't do it, if you like. Because we've currently got however many millions budgeted for next year.
Mm-hmm.
And my recollection is that's 0.14% on rates. Do you remember?
No, sorry. Yeah. I'm not the rates person. I'm going to have to get the numbers moved down with me.
This is the difference. Say we do it, $23 million. There's the difference between budgeting, what's on the budget, and what is cash flow. Now, if all of a sudden our transit money vanishes, we've got to fill that gap, don't we?
The gap in the revenue, yes.
Yes. Carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 0.14 if there was no additional revenue coming in. If there was no revenue at all coming in from others, it was 0.14 for us. Yeah.
So next year we've got on budget 4.2 million at the moment for Wheels to Wings. So yeah, but I think the number you're referring to is probably over the life of the
project.
Yep.
I think it was numbers that got done last year when we were looking at drafts and stuff. Yeah. So it's not,
So, sorry, are we looking at 4 million or are we looking at 25 million?
25 over the life of the project, but for next year, it's 4.2 million that we have on budget for Wheels to Wings.
And it's in here somewhere, sorry. The life of the project is roughly?
22.6 million is what's on budget for the life.
Oh, no, sorry.
4 years?
Time.
Oh, there's 3 years of budget in the program.
So 3 years. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
Your
3
Worship,
years.
it's through for 3 years into the financial year 27.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Victoria.
We just talk about Wheels to Wings at the moment and not the whole sheet that we've been given.
I'm just
today.
talking about Wheels to Wings.
One of the things that I'm finding quite frustrating here is this isn't the first transport project that we've had as a council that is contentious and divisive, surely. And I'm struggling to understand why we can't get a staff recommendation on this when we've got one on every other project.
A staff recommendation on what? Sorry. If you would like a staff recommendation, we just need a clear decision on whether this project is moving forward and we're moving into construction, or we're going to defer it for construction. And staff really don't have an opinion either way. That is your decision, and we are putting the facts here today to give it to you to make a decision.
The point I'm struggling with is that there's an opinion on everything else when there is a recommendation on what we should be doing. And that's in the staff recommendation columns on everything that we've seen.
Except that this wasn't brought to us by staff. This was brought up by councillors, which is why, I mean, staff recommendation at the time of the decision to approve the design was to approve the design. It's up to us when that goes.
Straight through the chair.
Yep.
Could I add? Look, we really do just need a clear. We are either constructing it or we are not constructing it for 3 years. What I would ask you to consider is that, and we have tried to show you that the cost of doing something, and you've talked about it at multiple presentations today, is never cheaper than today. It does go up over time. There is a potential loss of resource knowledge that we may have if we delay this, but that we've largely got a design that could go in the drawer. And the other point that I raised earlier was about the confusion in the community. I do think delaying construction will cause confusion in the community. They will think it is stopped.
I think we should keep going.
There's already confusion in the community.
There is, so that's why, from a staff perspective and a community perspective, we need to be clear, are we going or are we stopping?
Can we get a feel of the room, Mr Mayor?
In terms of the budget going forward, we're still only budgeting for the figures that were provided to us for 2019.
Yep.
And we've been asking for those updated costs. So in terms of impact on the 10-year plan, how confident are you then with the cost envelope of what it's going to cost over the life of the project?
I am, my confidence is limited in the fact that we haven't had a chance to finish the ground investigation work, as I raised at the start of this. Once we've done that, we will be able to report back.
And when do you
with more
expect that
confidence. They've only just finished the work. They're currently doing the analysis of that data, and it's going to be a couple more months before we can get through that.
Okay.
And we haven't done the ground investigations in the second section either.
So when you're talking about the confusion within the community, one of the big parts of that, which has formed a lot of people's views about whether they support the project or not, was in relation to their understanding about how much of the contribution was coming from central government. And they firmly believe that there was 50%. And so we're much less than that at the moment. Do you think that there would have been as much support back then if they had have known that there wasn't any funding?
I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Aaron, please.
Yeah, just on the previous slide, it said, this is the second one, on the first one.
Previous slide?
Yeah, I think there's two. I know.
The next slide?
Yeah, so that slide there, sorry.
Yeah.
The top, it says, community has a current expectation that the project will proceed. yet there's been a number of following on from Victoria's point, number of media stories recently around the current government's new position. So with no government funding, then there's the community expectation of that community in that area is that it's not proceeding because the government's not putting in their half of the money.
I suppose that statement is more around the fact that this is listed as a project for delivery as part of the LTP. That's the level of expectation at a Christchurch-wide level. There is an understanding that this project is going to be delivered at some point in the next 10-year period.
Right.
Righto. Yanni, please.
Yeah, thanks. Pretty clear that we're going to have massive cost increase because of the coal tar. I mean, Wine Street, which is a tiny little street, I don't know if people know, it's, tiny. And the budget's double, basically, because of the coal tar and a few other things. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, and I think Victoria was answering it, or asked it, is if we get all the ground assessment done and we understand the quantum of coal tar and the conditions and some of those other water projects, by September we should have a really good understanding of what the costs will be.
For part of it, yes.
So what's the part that we won't understand?
We've only done ground investigations for half.
Right. So what's the process to do the other half? Why are we not doing the other half? Is that because of funding? Or?
Out of respect to this council and the challenges that you've put at us as staff around this project, we have said, right, we've done one half of it. It gives us an indication, but we will need to do more work.
Yeah. So
once we know what direction you want to go, so we've been trying to be respectful to this decision-making process.
So coal tar's present. When will you know how much quantum and what the cost of coal tar will be?
So as I just said to Councillor Henstock, it's probably a couple more months before we've got through most of that data and done some real
So can you come back for a decision then when you've got more?
Well, the other thing I was just going to check is I know we've hired in a bunch of consultants to deliver our cycleways. Are we able to get a sense of how much is committed to those consultancies? Because I don't quite understand how the contractual obligations we have. When I look at the 5 million, it seems like a lot. But is it possible to understand what the contractual obligations are to the companies that we've hired to do the cycleway, and how this would impact on them?
So through the chair, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, councillor. We are able to package this project up if that's the decision of council and put it in the drawer for delivery of construction in future years, and minimise with no obligation.
Right.
No contractual obligation because we don't have anything. Otherwise, it would have been up there as a risk.
Sorry, I should have been clear. Not the construction, but my understanding is we have an internal group, an external group that's been brought into council to help deliver the cycleways, the MCRs.
No.
And so it was like designing them. No. Is that all council staff that design the cycleways?
No, it is external staff, but we can put this job in the drawer. Otherwise, it would have been up there as a risk if we delayed construction. And it's not a risk to us.
Right.
We can package the work up, put it in the drawer, at no risk to council.
Okay. So we've got two more questions. We've got Jake and then Sarah.
What happens to the traffic lights at, Aaron's traffic lights? What happens to them?
Community traffic lights. That depends on the decision. Yeah. If the decision is to move ahead, the traffic lights will be built.
And what happens
if the decision is to delay? We will have to go into building them separately because that's what the amendment was. So I guess they still get built.
The amendment was build them separately if they qualify for funding. Are you saying that they absolutely would qualify for funding?
No, they absolutely wouldn't qualify for funding.
Well, the amendment won't stand then, because if you go back and refer to the wording, it was conditional on Wakakotahi funding. Yeah, I remember it pretty well.
But someone can bring an amendment again.
Yeah. So.
But it would have to come as a new project, standalone project.
Jake, will you support the lights if the government pay half? Is that what you're saying?
That's what the amendment said last time.
Are you saying you will support it? Okay.
Know how we can make a decision today on a direction. Wouldn't it require a formal paper? Why are we doing it like this? But it's not really LTP.
This is not about the budget increase. This is about when you want to construct it. That's what is the LTP. It's the capital program part of this. It's, do you want to make a decision, leave it on budget and build it now or over the next 12, 18 months? Or are you moving it out 3 to 5 years?
I'm not really keen to make a decision today because there's two people here who are not here that would support progressing.
There is no mayor's recommendation on this.
No.
We just bring it to the whole thing as an amendment to the LTP.
Yeah.
And vote on it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got, sorry, Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you wait that long, Lynette?
I've just got a question on the one pass kind of thing. So for many years now, council's been, and our residents have been saying, don't come down, dig our street up once and then come back down and dig it up again because we're sick of that.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes unavoidable post-quake. Do you know how long roughly the disruption with laying new water pipes is due to take? Down Herwood Road, because it could be.
I think it's about 12 months down the length, because it's the whole length of Herwood Road.
So it's the whole length of Herwood Road for 12 months being disrupted with waterworks, and then we could be
going to take 12 months?
And then clear for a couple of years, and then 3 years of construction for the cycleway. So they could have 4 years.
Or they'd have it for the rest of their life because the majority of them don't want it. So, I mean, that's disruption. So,
yeah, don't want the water.
What's that? Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I just
Bede's got something he wants to.
I just wonder if everybody's clear. Tony, do you want to talk about some of the financial modelling that has gone on in this project? It might just help. Not seeking anything here other than to just give people a bit of clarity about what we've got in terms of some of the financial modelling we've done to give an idea.
So, as part of the GPS, we, which isn't necessarily aligned with our current long-term plan that we've got out there, is we have looked at, we've built a model to enable us to effectively model the potential impact that might have on our long-term plan and give us some ability around the rephasing of our long-term plan to better align that with the GPS in order that we have as a criteria to look to ensure that we, as far as possible, we can optimise the NZTA capital funding that we have. So, ideally, if we had the GPS information prior to doing the long-term plan, we might have decided on a slightly different looking long-term plan. But the modelling does allow us to actually be able to look to see what some of those considerations are. And that's why we've gone through some of these key projects as they're ones that we see are potentially most at risk around not receiving as much NZTA funding as we might have normally received, and therefore giving you a view on whether you might wish to still proceed or alternatively look to potentially defer or substitute some of these programs.
Okay, Sarah's got a question. I've got one. Sorry, Lynette.
I was just going to say, if it's 2 minutes, the other thing is that I didn't add in the bottom of here into Councillor Henstock's question about recommendation. what we haven't managed to do is figure out if you were going to defer construction, what would you bring back? Because there's a multitude of options. My recommendation is, as per the previous briefing we had, is that we actually bring some of the street renewal reconstruction work back in order to do some of the basics that the community are telling us to focus on. So that
But if it was to, you don't have to, it's not compulsory.
You don't have to, and you don't have to bring anything
have to
back.
spend the money.
No.
Question from me, Lynette. And you may not know the answer to this. It's all very well we're saying, oh, we're working in with water to do the pipes. If we weren't doing the cycleway,
yeah.
So we weren't doing. Would the pipes be done anyway? Are they grade 5? Are they knackered? Or are they grade 4 and they don't need to be done? Is what I'm getting at.
My understanding is they need to be done.
Yeah, he's not here.
Yeah, and he's gone.
Yeah, he's a lucky man. Yeah.
And I tried to get the right people, but sorry, we've been missing each other in the last 2 days. My understanding is they do need to be done, and there's also some civil work that has to be done in Langdon's Road, so we were tying all of that together to try not to completely gridlock the community.
Okay, so but in essence, the price is now maybe 30 million, and we have to fund all of that from rates, the whole lot.
If we don't get subsidy, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have one more question? Yep, Sarah had a question.
And then my mind went blank. I hate that. Oh no, it was I thought that over the last sort of couple of months as we've been going through the LTP, and then with some of the things we had last year as well, I thought we'd kind of discussed the fact that just chasing the money wasn't the most helpful thing for us to be doing, and that actually we needed to look at what we had planned to do because it was best for the system, rather than just chasing money all the time because it kept leading to perverse outcomes. So it would concern me if we would just start doing that again. So
if I could just answer that, we're creating the model to be to give us that option in terms of what effect it might have. I'm not suggesting that that was a change in approach.
Okay, Andre, and then Aaron.
Thank you. May or may not know the answer. The pipes they're needing done in the next 3 years, 6, 9, 10. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Nice.
Aaron.
Just on the consultations, there's no legal obligation to consult. But if this was and it goes on to Victoria's point, when the public originally, and we've had tons of submissions, and they were even in the recent LTP were discussing it, the 50% contribution from the government. When I would expect that, or we might need, do we need a legal opinion that if it's now 100% us that we need to reconsult on that?
It's the same as all these.
Okay,
sorry.
So it's about reconsulting on the project.
Yeah.
That's what the legal opinion. That's what the legal. That's what the feedback
so
was.
Legal is saying that if a project of this quantum doubles in cost to the ratepayer, you don't have to reconsult.
Okay, well, I think we're going to have to bring this back to council and have a vote on it. I have
just double checking.
we spent $50 million extra on the stadium for seats, and we didn't consult on it.
We did quite a bit of consulting.
But that was on the
30,000 people
150.
chimed in.
That was 150. No, that was for the 150. But before then, we made a decision for $50 million just to upsize it, and we didn't consult on that one. And it was outside an LTP process.
But that's not doubling it.
Righto. We're moving right along.
We're going to move on. Okay.
Where are we at, Lynette?
So that's that one. I'm.
You start with the easy one first.
Yeah, I thought I would. The next one is, remember, we've talked on 2 briefings now about the larger improvement projects that we've got in our program, and we've got the 6 of them named there. For clarity, each of these projects, again, we are assuming between 15 and 30% subsidy. And sorry, I can't read that in this. And what I've what I've done there is give you an indication, and that is on your handout sheet in a larger format. Give you an indication of what the next steps are and where we will be, to give you some comfort around the fact that we won't be too far through the process, or where we will be through the process by the time the NLTP is published in September. For information, and this will probably come out again tomorrow in FMP meeting, we are looking to award the pipes for the Te Kaha work. That allows us to get started, work with the contractor, have a plan for how we address the transport works, and the deferral of the Waka decision around subsidy. We will at some point report back to council with options on what to do.
Celeste and then Victoria.
This is really just for clarification for anyone watching. So in terms of specific projects, say like the Brighton Mall upgrade, oh sorry, I've skipped ahead.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, this is
hold on.
this improvement project,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. Do you want me to cover the next one as well, and we can do both lots, or stay on this?
Mayor Phil,
Uh-huh.
can I go?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get the questions out of the way, and then Sarah's after you.
Thank you, Lynette. I'm just trying to check on the changes that have been made since we received the spreadsheet last week, and then the one that we received this week. And one of the ones I can't understand is in the Lincoln Road PT. On last week's version, the one of the recommendations or actions was continue as connecting Section 1 and NZTA project on Lincoln Road PT. But now you've got do not tender for construction until after NLTP is published.
So
what's changed there?
Absolutely nothing. We're currently in detailed design. That will continue, and it's unlikely that we'd be tendering before the 1st of September anyway. So absolutely nothing, but we would just take a breath and make sure that's out before we know.
Okay. Good answer. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks. Do we have any clarity yet on whether the PT Futures funding is still available for us from central government or not?
So
last vestiges of central government funding.
Are you referring to the 78 million that was announced by Minister Woods?
Yeah.
It's not. Gone.
Gone?
Toast.
Yep.
We've confirmed that that money is no longer available for
I
Christchurch
have
to
no
improve.
mechanism for getting it. So
Thank you
I
very
don't.
much.
No. And
That's-
I did call Waka Kotahi and asked them, and they said the same thing.
Thank you.
Victoria?
Mine's a supplementary then to what Sarah's just sought clarification on. If there is no mechanism for getting that funding, then your staff recommendation is to continue to deliver through the LCLR.
Low
and
cost,
then
low
report-
risk.
Pardon?
Low cost, low risk.
Yeah, and then so therefore report back following publication of the land transport plan.
Yeah.
So what exactly are you going to continue to deliver, and how much of that program then, if that's your recommendation?
The bulk of the first 3 years of that program is all funded through. They are small projects that will have lots of small projects that will have big impacts on the reliability of the network, and can all be funded through the low cost, low risk program. What we will be reporting back on is what the outcome of the low cost, low risk program is.
Sure.
And
So
what
there's
that means. So
sufficient-
we still anticipate there's
And there's
sufficient.
sufficient budget on for
to do something.
for those early years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Andre.
Thank you. Just on Lincoln Road, you mentioned the word breath. I'm just wanting to clarify the potential implications on the word breath. Because, of course, we've got Halls Road underway right now. Eddington's all done, ready to go.
Eddington's all going.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get an idea, 'cause obviously once, that bit's all done, it'd be unfortunate if it had to be, dragged out an extra year or more while we finish our part in the middle with this middle bottleneck.
That's not
Is
the
it?
sort of breath I mean. When the NLTP is published, they will give us an indication of whether these projects are possible, probable, likely. What's the other one? Possible, probable, likely are the sort of scenarios we'll get against these for funding in the period, and then we will move forward. So by the when it's published in September, we'll have an idea, and we'll be looking to move after that.
So
but we're still in detailed design, and we've got quite a bit to do before we look to tender.
So you've already got more than 2 months worth of work to do, is what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, NZTA funding 100% of one part of the project. So is it fair to say it would be surprising if they weren't providing? Yeah, but is it fair to say it'd be surprising if they weren't funding 30% of the rest of the project that they're funding 100% of?
I think the only fact I can put for you today is nothing surprises me.
Good answer. Thank you.
Anything's possible.
Just where are we at, Lynette? Are you working down the list?
I was just using this list in a general questions for that one, because we are effectively apart from guidance on what to do with Wheels to Wings, we're effectively moving forward in a sensible manner with all of these projects because they're significant projects for council.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. So in relation to the variance then between what we got last week and where we are at now, we've got some other projects identified to continue that you hadn't identified.
Is that this one? Haven't quite got there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet. Sorry.
I've got one more slide. I think shall we?
Well, everything on where it says improvement projects, everything there revolves around NZTA funding, doesn't it?
Everything
well,
there.
take out PT Futures, that sort of toast, the 78 million's missing.
Everything, the 78 million was government funding rather than NZTA funding, so that was a different funding pot. Everything there is an improvement project that is big enough that it will need its own business case level approval. So that's the difference, and that will get approved through the process throughout the 3-year period.
Just question, with Antigua Street, does that not fall into the same category, whole, whatever you want to call it, as Wheels to Wings, if it's not going to get funding from government either? Or was that one that always we were going to do ourselves anyhow?
It's got a much lower assumption, and it's not an MCR. It's got a much lower assumption on what we would recover for revenue. We are proposing with Antigua Street that we have another look at the design. So we're proposing to come back and have a talk to you in a few weeks to talk about that one.
No problem. Okay, so we're turning the page, are we?
Should we turn the page?
Oh, sorry, Aaron.
That page?
Yeah, still on that page. Just on the Wheels to Wings, where it's got the total project cost on that page, that's back at 22.7 million. Should that not be changed on here?
This is to align it to the LTP. So these are LTP figures. Yes.
Right. So,
yep.
Okay,
the other one is the.
In that case, which leads me on to then, all of the figures in the LTP accurate, or are they all behind by about 20-25%?
They're all the best we can do.
Because that'll be real sweepy for the next month.
The long-term plan is obviously a point-in-time view on what the figures were, and as we're looking at Wheels to Wings, we still don't know what that's likely to be, and that could be the same across any projects in any area of the organisation. So I don't think 25% is probably reasonable.
Right. Just because we're signing off so much money this year in the LTP, I think it would be handy to know if any projects have changed considerably before we're signing everything off, because if what was in the draft a few months ago was 22 million and it's now 30 to 35 million on any particular project, I think we should be knowing in case we decide to bench anything that we're doing, because we just don't have money. and especially when it's ungovernment funded. But I think we should be alerted if there's any others, if they can be found. If they might not exist, that might be the only one, because we've been waiting on the update on that. So everything else might be accurate, but if it's not, I think we should know, or should we not? That's my question.
You talk. Yeah, no, thank you. Through you. I mean, we do try to provide as accurate costings as we can on projects at the time that we bring them forward as part of the draft LTP. And then often they will come back, the major ones, for approval at a later date when we will have a more accurate costing. But it is only, as Tony said, it's a point in time, and we try to provide the most up-to-date information that we have. But numbers do move, and we know that. And so what we do is we bring that back when the project is, if it needs to be approved outside of budget, we have to bring back a report for that.
Okay.
But again, some of those projects, the nature of them is we wouldn't necessarily have much more of an accurate fix on what it would be, depending on where the design stage is.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one question, Lynette. I'm just sort of throwing that out there. Could we say put Wheels to Wings on hold, spend what little we have left already on funding budget, on doing the traffic lights, and whatever's left put towards the Pages Road Bridge, because we know we're not going to get NZTA funding on that, because it will help there. We've got to get our priorities right. Here's a bridge that everyone in Brighton wants. Boom, let's fund that. Here's a cycleway in city, sorry, yes. Which is bloody important because lives are at risk. Well, I shouldn't say that, lives are at risk. But here we've got Wheels to Wings, which there's a lot of people that it's not their cup of tea. Are we better off to put the traffic lights in and then divert the money to Pages Road Bridge? You don't have to answer me, I'm just throwing it out there. So what do we do? Where are we now?
Continuing, I think, to
the big page.
The big page.
Over the page in which. Sorry.
The big page is about the projects that we had on the list the other day. I have updated the comments and tried to put a recommendation on. Yes, there are more on. So what we are proposing is that everything that is in construction, and we have one that is still in design, but is linked to development project, they continue. They will continue at the speed they need to continue. With the others, we are proposing, while we're not going to stop them, we are going to be reticent, I suppose is the right word, in moving forward. We will get them started, get them up and running, but we won't be really pushing the pedal down until after the NLTP is published in September.
Are we holding our hand on our heart, hoping the NLTP may be a lot better than what some of us may think it's going to be?
So, I'll leave it to you.
I think what we're just trying to do here is actually be fiscally prudent here. So actually in 4 months' time, we're going to have a lot more information that we can start to have a lot more certainty around what the financial implications are across a lot of these projects. So these ones, because they're currently zero funded, we can come that point in time, we can move forward with a lot more certainty.
I understand. So where it says minimise costs, and then further down it says do not tender until NLTP is published, should all of those, none of those will be tendered until NLTP? No.
So the ones that are saying do not tender are usually sitting against a design phase. So we wouldn't be committing to a construction cost until we knew what the outcome of the NLTF was.
And I'd still like you to put a red line through the Scrattons Road railway line, please.
The reality of that one is it will likely move out in our program anyway, because we are going to have a long conversation with Kira on that one.
Good on you. I'd like to be there. Celeste, and then Andre, and then Vic.
Can I just clarify, when it says minimise costs, does that include costs that are on budget this financial year? So, for instance, Brighton Mall upgrade?
So all we're saying is for 2 months of the year, we will not be putting the pedal down to really push hard on the project until we know what the outcome of the NLTP is. So but we've still got budget on that can be spent in the year, but we're not going to commit things like committing to construction contracts. We will get the projects up and running, and we will, start getting underway. But that will be a process. And the reality is for us is that once the new new LTP lands, it doesn't land until the 1st of July. We've got to get ourselves up and running. We've got to get our project plans in place for some of these new projects and get them going. So that's what we'll be doing, and we'll be keeping on with moving them. We're not pausing them. We're not putting them on hold. We're not stopping them, but we're going to be fiscally prudent for a couple of months.
So just for anyone watching, this means the status quo in effect? Yep.
What's being suggested here is, I think you haven't got anywhere to go.
No, rock in a hard place.
I think you've come up with the best solution that you can possibly come up with. So, thank you, Jake. Oh, sorry, I've got Celeste. I had done. Then I had Andre, and then Jake down there.
Thank you. Wigham Hayden intersection improvement, if you're not aware, is the entrance for Ngā Pūnaoi. It says do not tender until NLTP is published, but this is we were advised this is funded through development contributions, and so the reason there's potential delay is the consent issue. So are we waiting for the consent, or are we waiting for the transport plan? And if we're waiting for the transport plan, what would that be? Is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
It's both. It's very unlikely that we would tender by the 1st of September anyway for that project, because we are waiting for the consent.
Yep.
The revenue from development contributions, that the whole point of this is for us to be able to, if the realisation of the NLTP is not as anticipated, then council will have to make some decisions, but that won't be known until September.
So my concern is that a public meeting was held last week, and the community were told this is going ahead this year.
Yep, still going ahead.
Going ahead this year.
Yes.
And what do we tell the community now? Do we tell them what they were told last week is not correct, and we may or may not go ahead at some stage later in the year, but we're yet to make a decision?
Well, we're not getting the subsidy, so we haven't got the money to go ahead unless we want to put the whole lot on.
Well, we were told it's funded through development contributions. We made a decision, and the community board saved $200,000 from the budget a couple of weeks ago. You're welcome, as well. I would add. But we've been told for the last year and a bit it's funded through development contributions. So, but now we're being told that it's requirement on the transport plan.
So through the chair, to explain this is about us being able, as a transport unit and against our transport capital program, being able to contain the expenditure so that when we know what the outcomes of it is, of the NLTF is, which these are not funded through, none of these projects assume they will get any NLTF funding, but what we're saying is then you can make decisions about whether it may be that you will need to make a decision at some point, and you may not, at some point, about whether to go ahead with a zero funded project or to not go ahead with a zero funded project and go ahead with something that we haven't got subsidy on. So that's the balancing act, and it's just us trying to work through it. I mean, it's unlikely that we will have the consent by the 1st of September.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how we manage the fact that we had a public meeting last week where residents were told something's happening, but in the very same week there was something else happening.
I was unaware of a public meeting.
Yeah, understood.
And I don't even know where the staff were at it. So
yes, they were. So what staff told the public at the public meeting was that this intersection is getting underway.
Yep.
In either September, like shovels in the ground in September, or November.
Well, they don't have.
So that's what the public were told.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, how do we approach that now? Because when we had the public meeting 6 months ago, the public were told the intersection would be done by now.
Yeah, but we haven't got the funding.
So yeah, but
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
but
we've
yeah.
got-
So we had a public meeting 6 months ago, and the public were told the intersection would be done by now. Then we had a meeting last week, and the public were told shovels are in the ground either September or November. But the reality is, we may or may not go ahead with the project, and we won't make a decision until September. So the trust is very, very quickly gone. And I'm wondering, how do we approach that with the community? Because we've added hundreds of vehicle movements a day with the new Netzel facility. Ideally, this entrance would have been done before then. We've got the Lincoln Road traffic issues. So it's quite a weighty project.
Still stands. September or November still stands.
It doesn't, though, because we're not committing to going ahead with anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, understood. Yeah, but what we've got here is no decision's been made on whether we're going ahead or not, and that we're waiting for to hear a plan in September. Whereas we've told the community it's going ahead, and at this time,
We still can't. We cannot tender until we have consents. We don't have consents.
So is it funded through development contributions, or is it not funded through? Because our community board, we made a decision. We're told it's funded through development contributions.
Development contributions don't, it may on this particular project, but normally they don't certainly cover it all, do they, Linda?
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah, we'll get some.
So I'm asking about this project specifically because it's cool. Cool, thank you.
But this one assumes there is no funding at all on any of these.
There is no NZTA subsidy on any of
That's
these.
correct. And so some of them, we have got our own money on budget. So do we say, right, say there's 10 things here, we go, right, if we amalgamate all our money together, we've only got enough money for 5, and we say that's it? Or do we say we don't do these at all and use that money onto Kaha Street, and then it gets it finished because NZTA have cut our lunch on that one? So we've just got to prioritise what we need.
And that's why we're saying we will just be prudent for a couple of months before we, but we can come back separately via memo, via advice on that one project in particular.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the best we can do. Thank you very much. Sorry. We had, Mark, you done? Sorry, Jake, you had one.
Yep. Ferry Road, I noticed that that has been moved from the last time we saw this list to proceed to not proceed. But I've looked at it a bit closer. It says the next step is consultation, which in my LTP question, it said the first quarter of the new financial year, so I'm assuming July, August, September, maybe as late as October. Does that mean that consultation is still going to run according to that original time frame, or does it push that back?
Can I come back on that one along with the Wigram one, please? But,
because
I know it's very.
In my perspective, I'm kind of keen for the consultation to continue either way, but I also don't want to lead people up a garden path.
Yeah, no, that's
but
fair
then
enough.
I also have to message a delay if there's a delay as well. Thank you.
Yep. So sorry, we've got one left. The last one of the day, please, Victoria.
Thank you. My ears perked up, Tony, when I heard you talking about being fiscally prudent, and then I've heard Lynette referencing being fiscally prudent as well until we've got more information in respect of all these projects where there is no funding expected. I'm still at a loss to understand then why Wheels to Wings can't get into that bundle of projects, because you also know that there's no money likely to be forthcoming for that. So one last attempt by me, can we not exercise fiscal prudence in relation to Wheels to Wings like we are all these other projects where we know that no more money is coming? Why can the same argument not be applied to that?
Through the chair, that's through the chair. That would be exactly what we're doing. Like we have not started the second half of the ground investigations.
Mm-hmm. You've been prudent.
We have come to you, and you have asked us to come to you, and we are asking for a decision as to which one do we do.
So the decision will now be ours to be fiscally prudent or not. My last question then is following up from Councillor McClellan, where he was talking about the Ferry Road active transport improvements. In the last iteration, we had that as continuing. The other one there that you had as continuing, but you've no longer highlighted, is the Glandovey Road West and Idris Road active transport improvement. That was highlighted as had been consulted on, community expectations, continue the project, and now it's been sort of deprioritised?
The Glen Road one is in. It still says it's in investigate. It's consultation.
Highlighted in the last iteration, but it's not here.
Oh, so it's off to it's going to the board in about a month for a decision. So that will continue, and they will start detailed design. So it's sort of in that very early stages of detailed design, but we wouldn't be tendering any construction works prior to the 1st of September, which is highly unlikely anyway.
Righto. So now Bede's got an update on the state of the world.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. That rather overstates it. But look, what we've got is, can I acknowledge that through this process for the last week and a half or so, we really appreciate the guidance we've been given. And I think on a number we've got a steer. There are some like Wheels to Wings. They will come back for a decision and we will bring that back. But on others, we've got guidance that we will now progress. We do have some time on Thursday, but it is for a couple of hours only, and we will be using that to wrap up a few matters, confirm a few matters, and also Russell and his team will come back with a financial update on where we've landed based on the guidance we've received through today. We have on the 11th of June a workshop for councillors to discuss any amendments, so that's out in a week or two, and then we will be sending to audit at the beginning of next week. We will start to send off various parts of the LTP for them to start their final process around the audit, including the finances. So we'll be back on Thursday with a bit of a wrap, and then it moves through to the amendments process, the report writing and the audit and so on. I think that is it. I'm looking there at Peter, was there anything I missed, or is that it all? No, that's it. So we have received quite a lot. Thank you very much. And we remain available to answer questions and so on. I see.
One question's already here.
CCHL dividends. Do we know when we're likely to hear back from our request as a council we made?
So we'll report back on that when we're able to. So we'll be reporting back on that. Yeah.
Needed to be asked.
Righto, so thank you. I will now adjourn the workshop until 9 a.m. on Thursday morning, the 30th of May, and that will also be live streamed. Thank you very much.